Hello, welcome to my channel. You ever thought that time travel is an entertaining and mysterious thing? Sometimes we accidentally fall into another temporary dimension. Sometimes we are mired with our heads in dreams. For example, we buy a new iPhone at a discount. We relate in time and turn it again, not understanding what to do with two iPhone now. A tall, thin, and rather cute guy stuck to the phone screen. He forgot about the rules of the road for pedestrians and did not notice huge trucks. Felinologist is a person who is engaged in the study of anatomy, physiology, genetics, and cat breeding. Probably, this was our main character. One thing can be said for sure. He really liked cats of different breeds. The young science fiction writer imagined that cats can be more than mammoths. Hefty, cute, fluffy, warm, and incredibly affectionate. The dreamer passionately wanted to see unrealistically large cats. However, a sound mind suggested that this was not possible. Grace, uniqueness, beauty of cats blinded the dreamer. He involuntarily closed his eyes and plunged even more into his colorful and unique inner world. Indeed, it is enough to close only your eyes, and you are in another temporary dimension. Life in a parallel world is completely not the same as earthly. Here cats can be similar to flying majestic dragons. They are fearless and terribly beautiful. Verily unreal than reality. It's hard to break out of the captivity of stormy fantasies. Powerful fangs of the predator scare and fascinate overnight. Sharp teeth can instantly obsessively dig into delicious flesh. Surprisingly, in a different temporary dimension, cats can have sharp horns on the body. Their anger is like an all-consuming flame. The dreamer was scared of his own fantasies. Suddenly he found himself under a gigantic paw of a cat. The climax. Deadly claws are about to pierce living, tiny flesh. But why is there still no notification of the system, as is usually in the manga? And now the long-awaited moment. Is there really an opportunity to save life? The system in spiritual, mental, and physical self-development has earned. Eyes flashed with joy and surprise. The restless dreamer triumphed. He is cool. He will have his own system. The system has just discovered its master and absolutely did not work. However, the threat hung over his head like Damocles' sword. From love to hatred, one step. Sometimes that we love can destroy our life. The system was rapidly loading, and she had some strange binding. The load is about to end, but the forces are running out and the nerves are at the limit. Come on, very a bit left before the finish. Another percentage. It seems that success is not far off. The nightmare will end soon. But sometimes fate prisoner loves to joke and tickle the nerves. And everything goes not according to plan. The bewildered guy did not believe his eyes. Something out of the ordinary happened. The system suddenly died and gave the soul to the virtual god. Tears of despair and anger flooded the face of the poor guy. But even in the most difficult moments should not be lost in spirit. After all, there is a way out of the most complex maze. And you can always run away from the Minota Luda monster. The eyes of an amazed guy are full of hope. But what was the threat? Why was the protection of the system activated? The behavior of a strange, huge cat is unpredictable. Will she swallow our main character like a mouse? It seems the guy looks into the face of death. He is completely exhausted. That's the surprise. Is this a girl or a vision? No, this is a real ancient Egyptian goddess with a cat's head. Sometimes we do not believe in something and do not understand something, but there are things that exist outside our understanding. Consciousness. And once we face them face to face, a wonderful stranger is light and translucent. Or maybe this is an optical illusion, an unbridled flight of fantasy. The ancient Egyptian goddess gracefully descended to the guy. She was peaceful and dazzlingly beautiful. The guy definitely did not see such an unusual, delightful physique in his world. And the cat girl herself seemed surprised. To quench tactile hunger, you just need to get another portion of touch. Is the unearthly so hungry? It seems that the cat girl has never seen earthly guys. Therefore, carefully studied the physiognomy of our main character. Everything that happens to us happens exactly when necessary. The binding is successfully completed. But between whom or what did this binding arise? Looks like fate forever connected lonely hearts. This was the beginning of the close interweaving of two life paths. And this is a funny and mysterious world of Yumin. Earthlings cannot find him on their maps. After all, this world is in a completely different temporary space. And here's a cozy house that drowned in the rays of daylight. Who lives in it? Where is the body of our main character? In another world, only his spirit is now hovering. And whose motionless body in the corner of the room? But it seems the guy's not at all worried that he is incorporeal. Only one question worries him. Where did the written beauty go? Suddenly, the guy decided to forget about the beautiful goddess. First of all, he wanted to understand what to do in the new world, where to go or fly on. The spirit saw in the room someone's lifeless body. He considered that this body is very attractive, beautiful, as it had in its temporary space. The soulless body was very pretty, strong, and hardy. Therefore, perhaps the spirit wanted to become the master of this magnificent body. Suddenly, the meow was heard. Someone shouted joyfully that Benda Meow was free. The alarmed spirit hung motionless above the lifeless body. Who scared him so much? A crazy cat with a green and blue eye performed some kind of ritual dance. Yes, and spoke like a person. The eccentric prankster lamented that her forces were exhausted. But what are the forces in this small premium animal? In his temporary space, the guy never met speaking cats. Therefore, he was very surprised. The cat behaved like a formidable queen. And someone called someone with a slave soul. Who did she contact? The amazed guy was perplexed. Did the little cat really call him a slave soul? He could not believe that cats were able to talk. But the arrogant animal did not stop. The cat ordered the guy to look into her eyes. And she said that he was her slave. The guy did not laugh for a long time. He was very amused by a chewing sweet cat. But what is this talking animal? The cat continued to play the role of a magnificent queen. She told the guy to immediately approach her. The surprised young man still could not understand if he was talking to the animal. Or maybe these are auditory hallucinations? The delighted guy gladly obeyed the order of the formidable queen. After all, he loves cats from the diapers. At first, the guy's approach was a little embarrassed by the formidable queen, and she was speechless for a few seconds. The cat proudly stated that her name is Jo Chai, and unofficially, Benda Meow. She is the wise demon in the world. The cat also added that the guy must obey her implicitly. Crazy Shalunya reported that now the guy would always live with her, and she must serve her. Joke, meat, and a slave is soup. Suddenly, the guy could not resist and stroked the cat. He also said that his name is Main Kanji. A contented guy admitted that he has a little secret. Joke terribly wanted to know what kind of secret. After all, she believed that she was supposed to know all the character traits of her slave. This playful hand is a real magnet for cats. Neither hide nor hide from it. The touched young man happily revealed his innermost secret. He admitted that he terribly loves any cats. Joku thought. She still did not know how to respond to the recognition of her slave. This is a fright in the eyes of the victim that fell into the hands of a real maniac. Where now to hide the proud demon from the love of your slave? The formidable demon rebelled and tried to break out of his slave. Joke scaredly shouted that she did not need love. She hates this feeling. Benda Meow screamed and ordered that the vile lover of cats remove her hands from her. But the guy no longer heard anything. After all, in his hands was a very sweet cat. This is not an earthquake. A small house shook from boundless and strong love. The dumbfounded demon shouted to be given freedom. But no claws are frightened by a real cat lover. Main Kanji believed that the wise demon was very sweet, and he was not even going to let him out of his hands. And what are the soft pads of the paws of a formidable demon? We must tickle them. The guy was incredibly glad that in another world he had his own manual cat. He decided to call her Jojo. The Swireput demon clearly did not like the new name, and he said that his powerful forces would soon return to him, and he would definitely take revenge on his offender. Finally, the system started work. And this means that in Main Kanji, there was a chance to improve his strength and live fully in the new world. Two family souls met. Perhaps it was this meeting that influenced the launch of the system. But the boy and the cat did not stay alone in a room with a stranger's lifeless body. They seemed to have guests. Some evil man unceremoniously dragged a fragile girl into the room. Who are these people? Where are they from? The bandit pushed the girl. He ordered her to immediately save some guy. The miserable, withstood a lot of bullying. But at the same time, she remained calm. Joju said that Main Kanji missed the opportunity to find an attractive, healthy body. But it seems that the guy was not too upset. After all, now he has a new friend in a foreign world. The unfamiliar girl was called Dr. Lee. The man ordered her to resurrect a guy in any way, otherwise she herself loses her life. The girl replied that she was a doctor, and her task is to heal everyone who may be. Dr. Lee began examination by the patient. She said that the guy was barely breathing and the pulse is very weak. During his lifetime, the soul left this body. How to resurrect a person now? The doctor said that it was necessary to immediately return the soul. Otherwise, the body may die. but she admitted that she had never engaged in the return of souls. The evil criminal did not want to hear any excuses. He repeated once again that the girl would lose her life if she does not save the guy. Is this tablet capable of returning the body without a soul to life? It is difficult to believe in this, but there was no other way out. The soul had to be urgently returned to the body. Dr. Lee was like a caring mother who gives a candy to the child. She loved her profession too much. Main Kanji did not believe that the soul would return. After all, the patient himself will not be able to swallow the pill. The guy was very surprised by the methods of treating the doctor. He did not even suspect that this could be treated with patience. Something incomprehensible happened. In the eyes of a cat, fright. Where does Mungchanji fly, and why is a cat with him? Did the guy go on a temporary journey again? Is this a dream? Whose silhouette is this? What a beautiful girl. Guy, wake up! You can't be in a lethargic dream for so long. You are still very young. The guy seems to give the first signs of life. He was able to open his eyes. The amazed guy saw his beautiful, attractive savior. Looks like the resurrection was successful. But where is Main Kanji and his sweet cat? The girl exhaled in relief when she saw that the guy came to his senses, and the pill really helped. Main Kanji was very surprised when he saw a cat flying in the air. Bendamu flew right near the girl's head and waved in her paws. The guy leaned closer to the girl and the cat and began to call Jojo. But seeing the girl's surprised look, stopped. She tilted her head slightly, looked carefully, and asked the guy for Joe. The guy first wanted to explain what kind of Joe, but then he changed his mind abruptly, and he dismissed that he had not yet come to his senses. Bendamu continued to be indignant why this girl did not see her. The guy asked to stop the cat to do so. Main Kanji held out his hand to the girl and began to ask how he could thank her, but she immediately moved away from him. The guy did not have time to touch her, and the doctor got up and began to scream to the man that she had already saved him, and she asked if she could leave. But the man who brought her already closed the door. He said that the boss ordered to leave her next to him in case he suddenly died again. The girl's eyes filled with horror from the awareness of the situation. The door closed with a loud cotton. Despite the fact that the girl immediately rushed to the exit, he was already closed. The girl knocked on the door and shouted that they lied to her. Their contract sounded wrong. But because of the doors, only laughter and ridicule sounded. Everyone in the room was annoyed by the incident. Everyone for their own reason. Benda Miao was very angry because she had no physical body. She said that if she had it, then she would certainly have piled this man. The guy thought and realized that it was necessary to understand the situation as soon as possible and collect as much information as possible. At that moment, Jojo began to poke him in his cheek, trying to attract the attention of a thoughtful guy. When she did it, she pointed to the girl and said that she was looking at him very nicely. But when the guy looked at her, he saw the exact opposite expression of the girl's face. Main Kanji decided to escape from what was happening in the room and try to return the memory of the owner of this body. He remembered that the owner of this body was also called Main Kanji. He was the eldest son in the family of a wealthy businessman. However, this guy did not want to study and gladly visited brothels. He was a frequent guest in all the bars of the city, and now 10 days ago, when he walked, a bunch of bandits attacked him. As it turned out, he was abducted by the most famous bandits in the district. Their head was Yin Rulant. The guys tied and dragged directly to her. She sat on the throne and watched the guy. On her face read the anticipation of earnings from such a large catch. But the main family did not respond to the abduction. Then the group decided that the best way out of the situation would be to sell it. But their plans fell off. After all, last night, a dark shadow suddenly came to the guy in the house. This dark shadow mercilessly took the guy's soul and left the bandits only the dying body of Main Kanji. Main Changye could not understand what kind of monster it seemed like rustic fairy tales. Bendamu guessed that by the monster, he had in mind the weakest type of demon, the mountain demon. She said that it would be better to improve the ability so that there are no problems with this in the future. The guy realized that he knew nothing about this world at all, but the cat hastened to calm him down and said that he could rely on her. Chodu began to tell that there are 10 levels that could harden his body. Each time it will go through the strength of the force. After these words, Bendamiu, the guy remembered that his system was capable of. He hastened to fix it. The guy called on the system's sign and read the data that were already there. Benda Miao noticed that she had already been inscribed in his assistance. Choju noticed that the guy already had 3 experience points. She suggested that this was due to the fact that he ate a rare pill. The cat explained to the guy that for every 10 points of experience, he will receive 1 level. Main Kanji asked what kind of glasses these are. The system explained that this is a common consumable material that it can use to improve the strength of the media. The guy became interested in how he can receive these points, and the system explained he will receive them if he performs a sudden action. The guy thought and realized that glasses would appear in large quantities if he understands how the system works. Main Kanji told Jojo that he seems to him a system of glasses, a little old-fashioned and stupid, but apparently this is due to the fact that the system is connected with it. The cat got angry because of this. Benda Meow said that she was a demon that was created thanks to 4 cycles. The guy asked if the creation of demons is such a difficult process. Jojo was a little nervous and admitted that due to the fact that he was now in a state of mind of the lost power, she forgot a lot. Something attracted the attention of the guy. He saw that in the description of the assignment it is called the surprise an idea. He got up from the floor, showed the cat the thumb up, and said that he had found a solution to the problem. He headed for the door, folding his arms over his chest. And he shouted so that the old man would quickly open the door and go inside. The man angrily opened the door to the guy that he had arranged it here. The guy tilted his head a little, and slowly began that he did not even know how to say. Then he fell silent, threw up his hand up, and with force hesitated the man in front of him. After that, he received 1 point as a reward. The man was very angry with the man. He raised his fist and threatened the guy with death. But Main Kanji did not flinch and asked how he thinks why they were ordered to grab him. The guy fearlessly stated that if a man is not afraid to die, let him try to spoil his face. The man in misunderstanding froze and tried to understand what he had in mind. Is there any other reason why the boss ordered him to catch? Main Kanji began to advance and said why to keep the hostage who could not be blackmailed and why they called the most famous doctor to cure him. Suddenly the man retreated and began to shout that this could not be. In a panic, he pointed a finger at the guy and shouted that the boss could not fall in love with him. The guy received another point from the system and smugly told the man that he was not as stupid as it seems. He praised him that he quickly guessed. The man began to bow to the guy and ask him for forgiveness. For this, he got a point. Ben and Meow, in shock, watched what was happening, and Main Kanji was very pleased. Jojo tried to understand how this is possible, but it was difficult for her to come to terms with this. Thanks to his oratory, after some time, all subordinates served Main Kanji. They did absolutely everything so that the guy would not order them, and for almost every such action, he received glasses. He ordered them to change products that he did not like, as well as alcohol, if he was not to the taste. Bendamu asked to earn glasses had to be shouted at the servants, but then why the glasses stopped appearing. The guy explained to the cat that the main thing in obtaining points is so that the interlocutor would not expect such his behavior. The cat asked what to do now when they were used to it, and Main Kanji looked his gaze to the girl who was sitting in the corner. The guy said that he would not get anything else from them, so now the girl's turn has come. Bendamu asked why now if he had ignored her before. To this guy replied that her name Lee Faley, she was a famous doctor and despised the owner of this body. Bendamu questioned his decisive position to speak with the girl. After all, she hates him. But the guy reassured her and said that he has a plan. He went to the girl and brought her a whole carcass of chicken. She was very surprised when she saw it. Main Kanji said that thanks to her he is in order, and there is a drink and food. He asked if she could help him. Jojo was admiringly at this action, and she said no matter how bad she treated him until he uses food, how a girl could not refuse a bait. The girl turned away and said that she had saved him only because the doctor. The cat was upset that the plan did not work, but Main Kanji was already eating his leg from the chicken. He said that she misunderstood him. He already ate everything that was in the plate, and he said that he only said about help, but did not manage to finish. He continued that he wanted to ask the girl to remove dishes. She did not expect this, and the guy got a point. Jojo was in shock, and she asked how he was thus going to make friends with her. Main Kanji said that he was not going to be friends with her. He just needed glasses. The cat looked frustrated and asked if it was too cruel to the girl. The guy replied that in a short period of time he collected many points to improve, and this is success, and maybe someday apologize to her. He again turned his gaze to the girl, and he suggested that she go. Lee Faley looked at him with displeasure for some time, while the guy was already looking forward to his prize. After the girl exhaled, took a plate and went, fulfill the request of Main Kanji. The guy was surprised by such a turn of events. Benda Meow said that not a single point was added. She asked if the system had broken. But Main Kanji is not a system, but that they met the master. Jojo asked what kind of master. The guy explained that the girl is higher than him, so she was able to predict his actions. And the cat realized that they did not get glasses because the girl was expecting such behavior from them. Suddenly, there was a loud cry with the question of what was happening here. The guy and the cat turned to the sound. In the aisle stood a girl with red hair surrounded by her subjects, and everyone worshipped her. This girl was the head of Yin Rulan. She turned to one of the servants displeasedly and asked him what he had arranged here. The head looked at the servants who boasted in front of her, which created the most favorable conditions for the son-in-law. The woman did not understand at all what they were talking about, so she asked for whom they mean. At that moment, the voice of Main Kanji was heard. He said they were about him. He began to praise the beauty of the girl standing in front of him and admitted that he would not have enough words to describe his feelings. Yin Rulan took up her sword, and she asked what kind of nonsense he was carrying. She came to the conclusion that he knows how to manipulate people well, since he washed her brains to her children. But the guy did not give up and continued to say that everything he had just said was pure true. The servants watched this skirmish and began to doubt that they were really together. But Main Kanji suddenly fell to his knees and grabbed the woman by the leg. Yin Rulan looked at him in shock. The guy shouted that he had not specifically deceived them, that she was in love with him, and asked for forgiveness for linging. He begged to spare him. All who were present in the room were shocked, and glasses began to be added one after another. Even Yin Rulan did not expect this from a confident guy who was standing in front of her just a second ago. She was very angry and ordered him to lock him immediately. When the servants began to take away the guy, she added that if he again throws something away, they can do whatever they want with him. Main Kanji was again thrown into the corner of the room and ordered to closely follow him. Otherwise, the chapter would chop off his head to everyone who will not be traced after this. Benda Miao was very angry that everything happened, and she asked the guy why he did not use the improvement points and did not interrupt them all. Main Kanji said that Yin Rulant is an unusual warrior, and she is known throughout the city, and it was stupid to stick into a fight, not even knowing how much improvement glasses were enough. Plus, they also did not know how much time it would take. Jojo agreed that it was reasonable. Main Kanji smiled and said that now is the time of amplification. Bendamu was eager to wait for her to demonstrate her magic. In total, they had 96 points when they pressed the improvement. Updates sprinkled one after another. Jojo watched an invincible upgrade. Instead of the expected improvement, there was a notification that they did not have enough points to improve. Now, the experience of Main Kanji was 9 points. Until the next achievement, they lacked a unit of experience. The guy carefully looked at it and thought that, in principle, it is quite logical, and Bendamu realized why he did not want to climb into a fight. The cat asked if he had no gift of foresight and then offered to kill all the bandits to get the missing glasses. The guy said that she was a real villain, and Bendamu hugged him and said that she really wanted to be the main villain. The guy hugged her in response and said that in any case, she would help her. But at that moment, the girl handed him a bottle with some contents. When she noticed that the guy was looking at her, she ordered him to drink it. Main Kanji looked bewildered and asked why she helps him if he could not stand him. Li Fei admitted that she really hates him, but as a doctor, she should help the patients, and she warned that he would later owe her. The guy watched her go in his corner and thought she was talking too straightforwardly. The guy squeezed a bottle given to him in his hands and thought that he would definitely thank her. At first glance, it was a calm, clear night. The stars and the moon brightly illuminated everything around. Yin Rulan sat on her throne. Under her feet, she had a bearish skin. She twisted a dagger in her hands and thought about everything in the world. She twisted a knife in her hands and noticed how boring to sit here for days. Then she felt something strange, and she could not understand why she had the feeling that something should happen now. Yin Rulan heard a knock and realized that something had happened. She got up from her throne in anticipation. 2 people appeared in front of her, and 1 person lay on a stretcher. The men asked to see what happened to him. The woman came up, touched his face, and realized that a mountain demon attacked him. She said that, unfortunately, you can't do anything. One man noticed that a mountain demon wound up in the mountains, despite the fact that there is a strong magic barrier. And the second assured him that nothing terrible and it was easy to cope with him. He said that when they were in the mountains, they gathered in groups and they had sentries which made sure that the demon did not get too close. In such cases, the demons could not stand it for a long time and soon left themselves. An evil smile appeared on the head of the chapter. And she said that at first he gobbled up the soul of a hostage and now harms her family. And she shouted so that the guards collect everyone, in addition to people who guard the hostage. 5 people gathered and went to search the mountain. At this time, main Kanji meditated and was going to escape forces. Jojo sadly asked if they could not start running right now, and the guy answered her that he had to wait for the right moment. The cat began to ride the floor and complained that she could no longer and did not want to wait. Just at that moment, they heard other servants turn to the guards and say that they go to the mountains. Main Kanji realized that the perfect moment to escape and got up from his seat. Then they heard one of the servants ask to go inside and relax. After all, the head spoke about the hostage but did not say anything about the girl. The guy realized that someone wanted to go inside and decided to wait a bit. The door opened and an ugly man looked inside. He said that he heard about the beauty of the Dr. Lee very much and came to see her personally. When a man stood in front of a girl, she said that she knew what he wants to do, and this will be considered an insult to her. She warned that if he touches her, she would kill herself. The girl was very angry, although a little scared, and said that without her the hostage would die, so if he really wants to do it, let him try. The man shouted at her that this was all a lie and began to untie his belt and get closer. He continued to scream and held out his hands, going to the girl about to continue the work he had begun. But he did not have time to reach and received a blow from main Kanji and fell unconscious. The guy shook his hands after the blow as if nothing had happened and turned to the girl. He asked her, unless in such a situation it was no better to ask for helping him. The girl looked in surprise at the guy who held out her hand. The guy shook his hands after the blow as if nothing had happened and turned to the girl. He asked her, unless in such a situation it was no better to ask for helping him. The girl looked in surprise at the guy who held out her hand. However, the guy did not receive glasses for this. Lee Faley looked away and said that they were not so close that she could hope for his help. It is better not to have hope than to be disappointed. But the girl also bowed to the guy and said that in any case, she was grateful to his help. Bendamu noticed that it was easier to learn to fly than to get glasses from her. Main Kanji completely agreed in this with her. Then the guy turned to the entrance, and he shouted, insulting the guards outside and attracting their attention. The strongest guard appeared in the doorway. He saw his comrade unconscious and asked the hostage how he dared to touch him. The guy arrogantly said that he was already tired of, and he asks him and the rest of the guards to let them calmly go down the mountain. The guard was angry with such an arrogance of the hostage, and he rushed at him with his fists in a fit of anger. But main Kanji easily evaded the blow, although he was quick. But now that its level is higher, he can easily dodge them. She noticed that it was logical. After all, the guy has a 9th level and the strongest of the 6 guards. The rest of the guards came to the noise. They watched the fight among Chanji and Ashan, and they tried to understand why they were fighting, and how this guy can generally evade the blows of their ally. Continuing to evade the blows, the guy received 4 points and thought, what a pity that there were too few spectators. Then he stopped abruptly, looked straight into the eyes of the man. He said that he gives him a chance and would not dodge, and Shan was very angry. He thought that he could not lose in front of his comrades, so he would put all his strength into a blow. With screams that the guy found his death, the man swung in the direction of Mung Chanji. The guy stood quietly in place, and then he said that it was not bad, but there is one but. It seemed not even a second to have passed. The guy was right in the face of a guard. He continued his phrase and said that it was too slow. From one blow, main Kanji won the guard and earned himself more glasses. He turned on trembling guards in the doorway, and he invited them to enter, promising that he would do nothing. After all, while they behave well, then he has no reason to be cramped. Main Kanji looked ominous. The guards trembled with fear and tried to understand when he managed to become so strong. As a result, everyone decided to surrender. The guy received a couple more points and tied the remaining guards, ordered to look after those who were sleeping. He was sure that when the head of the clan would find them far away. Joju said that they received 9 points from those bandits. She could not understand how to get glasses from a girl. The guy grinned that it still bothers her. Main Kanji turned to the girl and stated that he wanted to protect her from the bandits and offered to escape together. The girl listened in surprise about his intention to protect her. Suddenly, the idea came to main Kanji how to get glasses with the help of a girl. He grabbed her hands and snuggled closer to say that we loved many girls, but was still not married. With a sweet smile, he said that the girl helped him save money when she gave him medicine. Lee Faley looked a little embarrassed and surprised, and this expression on her face helped the guy earn half the point. Ben and Meow lamented so. Is this at all possible to earn less than 1 point? But the guy urged her to see this in a good direction. Main Kanji with an outstretched hand offered her to escape with him. The girl silently looked at the outstretched hand, and in the end, began to pull to him with her hand. They took each other's hand and Lee Faley still agreed to escape with main Kanji. The month illuminated a long mountain path, and main Kanji turned to the girl. He admitted that while they went down the mountain, he had a question to her. The guy noticed that Lee Faley was not at all surprised when he beat those guys. Bendamu confirmed that not a single point was added from her. The girl admitted that when she became a doctor, she learned 4 ways to know the patient, and at the same time learned to fortune-telling. Main Kanji and Jojo did not expect to hear such an answer. The guy turned on her, repeating her words. Benda Miao realized that she predicts the vitality of man and then approximately evaluates his abilities. Hearing this information from Jojo, the guy realized that she determines the fighting capabilities. It turns out to be not playing in dirty games with her. Lee Faley continued to tell that at first she could not determine the potential of the guy, so she could not judge a specific force. But despite this, during the inspection, she noticed that his level was higher than the level of power of that person. Therefore, the victory was expected. The guy looked at the girl who walked next to him. And finally I realized how she could predict his victory. Benda Miao said that she could determine the experience of a person with accuracy, so she is better than Faley. Suddenly the girl's attention attracted something, and she stopped, carefully examining something ahead. When main Kanji asked what it was, the girl told him that further security post. And although the head of the clan ordered to search the whole mountain, but the guardians of the security center could not leave their post. Therefore, in the place where the last bridge began, there were 3 guards. Bendamu examined the levels of guys, while Main Changi and Lee Faley hid behind the protrusion of the rocks. The guy looked out of the shelter and Jojo said that the strength of 2 guards at the 2nd level and 1 at the 5th. Benda Miao said he would cope with them with 1 hand. The guy agreed but came to the fact that they should be collected together. When he tried to figure out how to make this attention was attracted by the girl. He realized that he would have to ask her for help, in order not to raise the noise. The girl was surprised when she heard his request. Each of the 3 guards went about his own business. The night was very quiet and calm. Suddenly they heard a voice from behind the cliff. One of the guys said that he is very similar to a female. The guys tensed. One of them asked if girls could not be in the mountains, not from their camp. They went to the place where the girl's beautiful voice came from, and they pushed off the high grass to see what was behind it. Then they were able to see what was happening behind the grass. It turned out that the truth was the girl. They noticed that she has ears and tail. A beautiful girl sat and hummed that she wanted a man who could melt her heart nearby. One of the guys said that they say that it is a mountain fairy foil. She is indescribably beautiful, and besides, single men can get help from her. The girl continued to sing. When she began to hide at the table, one of the guards began to run after her and ask her to wait. The 2 remaining guys grabbed his hands and they did not let him run after the girl. The guys had a fight because of this. They tried to find out who would remain to guard the bridge and who would go to the girl. Suddenly, a male leg appeared in their field of vision. This made the guards be very surprised. While Dr. Lee examined her improvised ears, Main Kanji boasted how they managed to work well the first time. The guards, who were already beaten by each other, threatened him that now he would arrange for him such that he could not imagine. At this moment, many points began to come to the guy. Main Kanji brought his hand to the blow and asked him to surprise him, and he would be happy to look at it. After a small amount of time, all the guards were defeated, and our main character earned 20 new points. They were just enough to improve, so the guy hastened to launch him. A notification came in which it was written that a new level will be available after 100 seconds. Both the guy and the cat were disappointed that they would have to wait for 100 points. They were already in front of the bridge and were going to enter it. Main Kanji told the girl that this is the last barrier in their path. The guy held the torch in his hands. He turned to the girl and wanted to tell her something. But he was interrupted by a sudden impulse of the wind, which extinguished the torch and made them tremble. Benda Miao screamed and warned the guy that the monster behind. He answered her that he already understood this and covered Lee Faley himself. At that moment, he met with a burning gaze from the darkness, and trembling ran across his body. In front of them was a giant bloodthirsty gorilla. A murderous aura emanated from her. The guy shouted that she had great power, and Bendamu noticed that their abilities would not be enough to defeat the mountain demon. In front of them stood not just a gorilla, it was a real red-haired gibbon. Dr. Lee asked how this monkey could appear in their area, because they do not have suitable bananas. The guy noted that this demon is very different from his memories, and Jojo explained that the demon could take possession of the corpse. In theory, it was not so scary, but when it is red-haired gibbon, everything changes. The cat noticed that this is the smallest she saw. But even despite this, Main Kanji was beyond his power. After all, A blow that can throw a person can be thrown out by 6 meters will not be tangible to her. The demon was furious in front of them. The guy continued to cover the girl with him and hoped that he could deal with him. If you believe everyone who has come across a mountain demon, then 6 people will be enough to cope with it. But one of the detachments of 6 people who sent the head of the clan were dead. Yin Rulant stood at the corpses of his subordinates. And she understood that there are exceptions everywhere. She was very angry, and I could not believe that one mountain demon was able to do this. Meanwhile, the demon in the body of Gibbon smelled the smell of humanity, and not just human, but women. Li Fei was reflected in the red eyes of the mountain demon. He saw in her only his prey. Jojo was surprised that the demon spoke and asked if he had reason. She noticed that now they were not even. Main Kanji asked how much time was left before the improvement. Ben Damiao replied that another 30 seconds, but she was not sure that even then they would cope with him. After all, it was an unusual mountain demon, but very strong, large, and most likely a little reasonable. The guy wondered that it was around the demon. It was like a dark fog, and he felt him when he fought last time. This greatly bothered Main Kanji. After all, he did not know how to cope with him. The girl came out from behind the guy, and she said that he could not cope with him, and his goal is she. She asked him to leave to survive at least one. But the guy intercepted her, moved closer to her, and he asked if she really decided to write him off. Dr. Lee asked if he has an ace in his sleeve. The guy replied that he is like a person who would just sacrifice himself for the sake of others. He told her that since this demon was not in plans, he would take an additional security fee from her. When the girl remained standing still, he rushed her and ordered her to leave rather. In the next, she heard that she would have to kiss him as a payment. A strange demon saw that the girl was starting to leave him, and some miserable guy was standing in his way. He rushed in pursuit, about to demolish everything that would be in his way to a woman. But Main Kanji was not going to miss him so simply, and collecting all power in his fist, he shouted to him to look at both. The blow came a strange demon right between the eyes, while the guy shouted that they had not finished yet. After the blow, the demon trotted a little with his head, and the guy noticed that the barrier seemed to deprive him of a part of his strength. Main Kanji asked Jojo whether he could kill her if he would throw her off the cliff while he was holding back the demon's blow. The cat said this aura acts like a very weak barrier, but even through such a barrier, he will be able to break through only if his strength doubles. The guy was thrown a few meters from the blow of the demon, while Benda Muao said that the fall from here could harm the demon in this case. Main Kanji wiped blood from his face and said that then everything would be fine. Li Fei was already on the other side and shouted to him that he could start. The mountain demon in the body of a red-haired jabon with burning red eyes shouted loudly and sprayed saliva in different directions. The guy attracted him behind him and went to the middle of the bridge, and the demon followed him in a fit of anger. Jojo, strictly, asked the guy to make that he would have been displayed so that he would not plan there. The guy ordered Banda Meow to watch carefully, jumping to the top and breaking the bridge. Li Fei and Jojo, with horror on his faces, looked at what the guy was doing, realizing that he was waiting for death if he fell. And the guy with a cry break and Cruci began to fly down from the cliff. After he broke the bridge, the girl looked at the fall of the guy and tears began to appear before her eyes. She said that he was not capable of this. While Main Kanji flew down, he noticed that a reward had come. Benda Meow noticed that even now the girl gave only half the point. The next moment, a dark aura of a mountain demon began to thicken around the guy's legs. Benda Meow panicked that now they would not be saved from him. The demon attracted them closer to strike. But Main Kanji at that moment also raised his hand for a response blow. While he was flying to the demon, he tried to concentrate in his fist as much power as possible. And when their fists met, a huge shockwave formed around them. Jojo was shocked that this time he could cope with the demon and perhaps even turned out to be stronger. The guy came from the system that he got the first stage of strength, and the guy felt the force increasing in his body. While the guy fought, he asked Jojo to use other glasses to improve right now. Benda Meow hastened to fulfill the order and said that one improvement required 2 points, and in total, they had 19 points. She shared her experiences that she was afraid that they might not have enough points to defeat the demon. But the guy assured her that everything would be fine. After all, he increased the strength to break through this barrier. And his blow, plus the fall from a height, will have to put everything to the end. Jojo joyfully agreed with this, and the guy opened his palm in flight and began to concentrate his strength in it. It was decided to beat now, and he ran into a red-haired gibbon in the air. Light seemed from the guy's hand, and there was a victorious smile on his face. In the eyes of main Kanji, a red light was reflected from the aura of a strange mountain demon. And then, with the help of the most powerful blow in his life, the guy hit the mountain demon. Main Kanji shouted that he would destroy him, and the demon flew down with a terrifying force from the cliff. In Rashalin lay spears, skeletons, fragments of the bridge, various swords, and all this was like a massacre. Main Kanji did not think that there would be something like that. Because of this, he did not know what to say. The guy was well beaten and examined this landscape, felt that the war would always exist. They sat on a defeated demon, and Bandamu said that he had a strange foreboding. Main Kanji asked her what happened, and the cat said that she feels nearby a similar force on the guy, which is most likely the missing part of the system. The guy thought about it. If this system has a lot of unlocked functions, if he finds the missing parts, he will be able to unlock them. The attention of main Kanji attracted a strange stream of strange wind, which was walking from somewhere behind him. The guy went in his direction and said that this wind did not look like ordinary. Bendamu noticed that despite the fact that the wind is not so strong, he was too far crushing and looks like magic. Stepping closer to him, they realized that this breathing belongs to the beast from the City of Spirits, and a treasure was buried somewhere nearby. Jojo explained that this is the wind exile, and he was basically not able to destroy something. However, it can take people away. After that, they saw the ominous face of the beast. The winds of the wind were strong and demolished them from their feet. Main Kanji realized that the beast was guarding the treasure, and they could get it, having fought with the guard. However, at the moment, he was not strong enough. The wind intensified, and the guy realized that he could no longer resist his feet. The guy and Bendamu sharply lifted into the air and began to be carried away in an incomprehensible direction. They were twisted in the streams of tornado, and the wind carried them away from the crevice. When the guy came to his senses, the sun was shining, and around there were strange islands of the earth. Main Kanji lay on the ground when he opened one eye. He saw a girl on himself. She was with ears and different eyes, and the guy realized that it was Jojo in human form. The girl called him and gently touched the guy's cheek. But main Kanji did not hear what she was saying. The girl moved closer to his face. She looked very concerned about his condition. The next moment, the guy came to his senses that the real cat Jojo was sitting on him and beat him with his paws on his face. When Bandamu saw that the guy woke up, she was very happy and said that the reception, invigorating cat claw, was very effective. The guy took her from himself by the scruff of the scruff, trying to understand that beauty and Jojo are one demon. He looked around and asked where they are now. That wind could kill ordinary people, so they could say they were lucky. Bendamu winked at the guy and said that they were carried away near Shanya. Main Kanji breathed out and said that first he had to find the road so that he could ask someone for help. They walked along the mountain path for a long time. Main Kanji was already very tired. While he was walking along the road, he constantly stumbled. He constantly wanted to eat. Jojo said that when you switch to a new level, the body consumes a lot of energy, so you need a lot of food. And in addition to this, they still ran away and then fought with a huge demon. While they were talking, the guy tripped over the stone, and they fell straight to the ground. They were indignant that they did not meet a single person for all the time. Their stomachs rumbled, and they were so hungry that the stomach was sick. They heard the ringing of the bell, and the guy thought he was hearing something. It was a grandfather who led a bull, and on this bull sat a little girl. The girl called her grandfather and showed him that someone was lying on the road. The man looked closely and realized that the granddaughter was right. The girl looked at the guy's clothes and noticed that he was from a rich family. She wanted to help him. Main Kanji did not even have the strength to move a finger. His eyes themselves closed, and he blurred the approaching figure. The girl held the guy's hand and smiled joyfully. She told her grandfather that the guy had not died yet. The old man who saved Main Kanji called Li Dali, and his granddaughter was Li Erzai. They were from the village of Li Xiaotsin. The rest of their family passed too early, so they began to depend on each other. The old man Dali smiled good-naturedly and asked him to eat and not be shy. When Main Kanji ate, he ate Banda Meow. Because of the system, the guy and demon were connected, and she felt the same as he. Li Erzai offered a guy to take a glass of water and drink. Main Kanji sincerely thanked her and took the cup of water. The guy was very grateful to these people for finding him. He asked his grandfather if he knew how to get to the city of Shani. Grandfather knew and offered to take his cow. But Main Kanji thanked and said that there are not so many 8 miles for him, so he will get it himself. Li Erzai, with burning eyes, asked the guy whether it was true that in the village of Shanya there is a lot of delicious food. The guy patted a joyful girl in the crown and said that if she loves to eat deliciously, he would take her with him so that they would eat together. But Li Dali ordered his granddaughter not to cause unnecessary inconvenience to their guest. The girl was upset because of this. Main Kanji began to look for something in his pockets and said that he did not even know how to repay for hospitality. He found a jade pendant and offered to take it as a sign of gratitude, but his grandfather refused because it was too expensive. Then the guy offered to go hunting and bring them a little game. Whether Dali agreed, but asked to be more careful, because Yin Rulant could attack the rich. Benda Miao was surprised that they have not received a single point for so long, and still have not received a single point. Main Kanji told her that this is all because good people live here. The guy bowed, thanked for the anxiety, and promised that everything would be fine with him. He left the house and went west, so he got to the forest itself. There was a lot of game in the forest. He caught a wild boar and 2 pheasants. They were already returning to the village when they began a small skirmish with Bandamu. She wanted to try the meat, and the guy told her that this was impossible. Jojo hit Main Kanji on the head and said that if he eats, then she too. The guy laughed and promised to take a little game with him. The guy's gaze attracted something new and strange. This was clearly not when they went into the forest. Near the house there was a wagon, which was familiar to the original owner of the body. The man with all his might pushed the vase with his foot, and he shouted that there was nothing there. The man broke another bowl and saw that it was also empty in it. He began to scream at the old man in an attempt to find out where he hid the money. Li Erai was hiding behind her grandfather. Li Dali asked the bandits what they needed. After all, they paid them 3 days ago. The man smiled evilly and said that if they ate 3 days ago, whether they need to eat today too. The man also said that everyone in the village paid for the rent. Only this family paid not enough. He asked how to explain this to the owner. Grandfather admitted that they gave the last money and they had nothing more. However, the man did not believe him and said that then he himself would find a way out. One of the assistants of the man grabbed the girl, and he suggested selling her to the brothel to return the debt. Grandfather rushed to his knees in front of a man and began to beg him to let his granddaughter go. He promised to do anything. Well, the man only hit whether Dali was so strong that he had blood from his mouth. Li Erzai, with tears in her eyes, watched what was happening while she was held by other people's hands. She bit her man with all his strength and anger, who held her by the wrist. The man pushed the girl away from himself and shouted at her that she would pay for it. She ran to her grandfather, who was lying on the floor, and asked if he was in order. Grandfather promised that he would die, but would not allow them to pick her up. The man looked at this pair in irritation and said that if he wants to sacrifice himself, then... The assistant man began to knead his hands, preparing to beat the Dali well. But just at that moment, someone else's strong blow flew into his face. He was thrown aside with such force that the wall of the house broke in the place where he landed. Main Kanji stood a fighting rack and asked the bandits if they were sure that everything would be so. The main man looked at the guy in shock and tried to understand how this happened. He did not even have time to notice anything. Li Erzai was very happy when she saw who came. She told her grandfather that this brother came to their aid. Main Kanji received 2 points as a reward, and he promised his grandfather that to cope with the bandits. Ben de Miao was very angry. One of the bandits tried to intimidate Main Kanji, and he said that they are people of the 3rd chapter, so the guy should kneel and pray for forgiveness. But these words did not work on Meng Chanji, and he gave a slap in the face of one of the bandits. And he asked what would be for him. A humiliated guy held his flying tooth in his hands. His face was in the blood. And he said that the head would not let him go. But Main Kanji invited him to take care of himself better and inflicted another blow. The bandit lost consciousness. And this upset Main Kanji because he did not even have time to warm up. But then the guy looked around and saw that he had forgotten about the main bully of these bandits. The man tried to avoid a fight. He retreated and said that Meng Chanji could offend the 3rd chapter if he defended Li's family. But Main Kanji, with a smile on his face, said that he did not know who the 3rd chapter was and did nothing bad with his subordinates. The main man fell to the guy's knees, and he began to justify himself. Supposedly these two are to blame for everything. Ben de Miao got angry because they heard the voice of this man and knew the truth. Demon of the prize winner of such people. Main Kanji admitted that he was too good-natured, so if he asked for mercy, so to be. Ben de Miao did not suit this. The main man thanked Main Kanji and was in a hurry to crawl away until he changed his mind. And he was already mentally looking for someone for reprisal with him. But Main Kanji stopped him, and he asked, did he allow him to leave? Main Kanji said that only if a man fulfills 10,000 of his assignments, he could be free. The demon appreciated such a move. The man in shock asked about the number of instructions. Main Kanji said that since he was not enough, then he will easily add up to 20,000. Benda Miao said that this was not enough, but the guy assured her that he could always add more. Half of the day passed and the sounds of zealous work were heard from the family of the family. Parents said that since these people caused them harm, let them work out instead of cattle. Lee Erzai supported the guy, and Main Kanji added that the Bindai will not bring problems and can be sent to another village from... All three bandits were terribly beaten and despite fatigue continued to process the fields. Some guy ran to the family Lee and in a panic asked to leave as soon as possible. Lee Dali tried to calm the guy and asked what happened. The young man said that the third chapter is in the village. Main Kanji asked who this chapter is that they are all so afraid of him, and Jojo skzal that she would deal with him. The old man explained that his name is Tan Sun Bao. 3 years ago, his strength increased to the second stage. Main Kanji asked why the government would not do anything with him, how he could just walk and rob. But his grandfather explained that 2 years ago, he joined the Main family and received the right to collect rent. The guy realized that he was just enjoying the authority of the Main family. Grandfather wanted to listen to the guy and invite Main Kanji to go with them. But Main Kanji was no longer in place and he seemed to disappear. Tan Sanbao walked around the village, and he asked who beat his subordinates and helped the old man Lee. When he found out that they had already escaped, Tan Sanbao grinned and said that he would not allow them to just hide. Main Kanji watched this picture with one of the roofs. He asked Jojo how many points they had. The demon said that they have 180 points, and she asked if they could earn more. Main Kanji held a grass in his mouth and answered her that of course they could. This guy will definitely be glad to meet the one who beat his people. Tan Sanbao held some man tightly, and he asked where the family and the one who helped them went. One of the assistants dragged his woman and their child for interrogation. The man knelt down and said that the truth did not know where they had gone. He asked to let his wife and child go. Tan Sanbao did not believe the man, so by force he lifted him to his feet and began to shout that they were covering them. At that moment, the voice of Main Kanji rang out. He said that in these parts all people were heard about the third master, and now he also met him. Tan Sanbao raised his head to the sound of his voice, and I saw a man on the roof. He asked who he was and ordered to go down immediately. The guy said that he appeared like a free cloud and a free crane, but his name is not important. Main Kanji smiled arrogantly, and he said, if he is so interested, let him call him Wild. After that, many awards began to come, and people below looked at him, some with admiration, some with misunderstanding. Benda Miao was happy that, from several beautiful words, they received so many new glasses. Now they could improve to the second stage of force. Subordinates of the third chapter, who were at the disposal of the guy. They threw the petals and quarreled. Whose side should they be taken? Tan Sanbao stared at the guy in misunderstanding, and he asked if he should call him Wild. Main Kanji continued to stand on the roof and smile smugly. He praised the chapter for quick wits. Such arrogant behavior terribly angered Tan Sanbao, and he ordered him not to dare. In this impulse of anger, he hit his fist and formed a fiery dragon. The guy was surprised how he managed to release from the hand of the dragon, but the demon explained to him that this is possible when he reaches the second level. It was the Tianshi technique. It helps to release energy. Jojo said that improving the skills would take another 40 seconds. The guy stood opposite Tan Sanbao and reassured Jojo. He was sure that they would cope. A man from the crowd recognized in this guy the one who helped the family Lee. Someone suggested that he return to save them. Tan Sanbao called for fighting against him. His subordinates said that the time came to beg for mercy. Main Kanji ordered them to shut up, and he said that he thought that the Main family should be above this. The guy said that earlier the mansion of Main was famous for his kindness and justice, and now they cover their vile actions with the name of the family and steal her honor. Such a speech by Main Kanji gave him a bunch of glasses from people from the village. Helpers Tan Sanbao felt a frightening aura, but their head reassured them and said that he could only be scattered in words. The evil Tan Sanbao said that it is part of the Main family and represents her interests. And he took his hand to strike. The third chapter ordered him to be inclined. However, Main Kanji stood and did not even try to evade. When the fist of Tan Sanbao was already in front of him, the guy put a jade pendant in front of him. Main Kanji held a pendant in front of him and said that the chapter should know what it was. Tan Sanbao froze without hitting the end and exclaimed that it was a jade pendant. The guy introduced himself and stated that from this moment depriving him of power on Earth, and now he did not represent the Main family. Now all the inhabitants looked at him with delighted eyes. They were sure that the eldest son of the main family would protect them. For such a reaction of the inhabitants of the village, the guy received a lot of glasses. Tan San Bao looked at the guy in front of him with doubt and horror, and could not believe that he was really the eldest son of the family. Main Kanji threw a pendant in his hand and said that they can easily go to the mansion and make sure. But the third chapter said that he was anyway who he is, and he began to concentrate energy in his hand in order to strike. He angrily in his voice shouted that even if he is the eldest son, he would die right here and now. And he was going to hit the unarmed main Kanji with the help of a fiery dragon. The eldest son tried to hold back the blow, and for some time he even succeeded. But then the energy threw it back with great force. All the inhabitants of the village were very worried about the eldest son of the main family. The assistants of the third chapter tried to convey that it was impossible to kill the eldest son of the family, but he did not listen to them. While they were discussing that they would have to kill all the witnesses, a strange sound was heard. Tan Sanbao turned and saw main Kanji around whom there was blue energy. Benda Miao congratulated them on an increase. Main Kanji pushed off his place and asked if he was so strong as he said. The guy rushed to attack Tan Sanbao using the second level of power. The eldest son of the main family knocked out the enemy with one blow, and he said that he could cope with him. I can't even train. After his victory over Tan Sanbao, his minions prayed for mercy. They all promised to help the inhabitants of the village. 3 guys who had to fulfill the instructions were upset that the third chapter did not save them. All the inhabitants of the village began to approach Mr. Man and thank him for the salvation. Main Kanji said that if he saved them from the robbers does not mean that he could suddenly rely on him. He took a land letter for other purposes. An evil smile appeared on his face, and he said that in addition to the rent will now appear per capita taxes, pension fees, protection tax, and tax from innocent virgins. All residents were upset by this news. They realized that getting rid of the paws of the tiger, they fell into the mouth of the wolf. The guy laughed loudly and explained that he was joking. Residents relaxed and said that he scared them to death. Main Kanji, with a cheerful smile, said that he would just take one beauty and hold a competition to choose a decent maid. The residents were scared again, but the guy quickly admitted that he was joking. And he said that he had already received his prize. Benda Miao looked at all those glasses that they received for this conversation, and she tried to understand which prize would be large if it is considered small. Thus, the eldest son of the main family received more than 1,000 points. He can get a little more, but for this you need to try. After he trained the people of Tan Sanbao to obey the inhabitants, he left the village and hit the road on the wagon to get to Xianshanya. His wagon was pulled by 3 guys who attacked Li's family. They walked and complained to each other for which they should endure such an attitude. As a result, they came to the fact that, of course, they remain servants, but if we take into account the fate of the third chapter, then it is even worse. From the cart, the voice of main Kanji was heard. He asked that they were muttering there. If they do not accelerate soon, then they will receive a gift surprise. Benda Miao said that she was sure that they could increase the level for points received, but it turned out that 400 points were required to the third level, and for the fourth, as many as 800. The guy controlled the energy in his palm and said that after the third level, the power of his QI should increase. He asked the demon to tell what improvements occurred. Joju said that first, you need to find out the path of skills from people. After all, having completed 9 main purification points, it will be possible to lay the foundation and then practice magic. Usually people temper their body and stimulate their own qi through bodily exercises. These types of exercises are not included in the series of books of Shanzi Sutra. One of them is the air, Tang Shi. There was also the earth, Gong Chang. The next way was the birth of all things, San Long. There was also a constellation war, which was called Baich. And the last 2 are the void of the skin of Ming and the internal power of Huan Qian. Bendamu explained that the technique that Tan Sanbao studied was written on the basis of the Dan snake. The demon boasted that she still remembers the content of all 6 books, and she invited the guy to start engaged for an hour a day. But main Kanji said that he was not interested. What caused the indignation of Benda Miao? The guy looked at her and asked what the point is to train when he could cope with a lot of problems with rough force. Plus, the guy said that he did not see the point of strengthening the body, when you can just add a couple of points to improve the assimilation of 9 main physical exercises. The demon agreed with him, and they heard the guys tell them that they had already arrived in the city of Guanshan. The guy looked out of the cart, and he saw the great city wall. He asked why a pale inscription appeared on her. Shoucho explained that this inscription protects the city from demons, and then he heard someone ordered him to get out of the road. When he turned, he saw that these were repatriates from the Hai family entered the city. Jojo asked who it was and why they were so arrogant, and the guy explained to her that the Hai family ranks third in size, and their families have conflicts. Bendamu asked how this is possible, and main Kanji began to explain to her. But they were interrupted. They apologized for anxiety and asked for forgiveness for rudeness. It was the eldest son of the G family. He was the eldest son's first in the influence of the family. Main Kanji came out of the cart and unpleasantly joked at their interlocutor. He hoped to get glasses, but was able to achieve this only from servants. Mr. G remained adamant. With his behavior, he surprised Bendamu and intrigued Meng Chanji. The weather was good when they drove up as an extremely city of Sanshan. Bendamu warned the guy that all these people were quite strong. Changi said that the guards of the owner of this body were also strong. The gentleman from the G family was traveling on a white horse. He equalized with the wagon and asked what the name of the young master was. Joju said he had reached the third level. And Kanji introduced himself to Chenhua Ji and said that perhaps 500 years ago they were relatives. Such an assumption offended the escorting Mr. G, but he himself only smiled and said that then they were connected. Mr. G asked what kind of wagon it was, and Kanji explained that they are participants in the sect and thus train. The guys were all sweaty and tired, but confirmed this version. Changi asked not to look at them like that because it is just a training, and the guys began to pose. Then Mr. G asked what the person was doing behind. Changi explained that he practices hunger and endurance. He turned to the guys and asked them so. All three nodded vigorously in confirmation of his words, and they said that the older brother is training so. The accompanying the master discussed that there is nothing surprising in the fact that there is a sect that practices violence against herself. Mr. G bowed and invited them to go into the house of G after entering the city. He said they could make friends. Main Kanji replied that he did not know how much he was delayed, and he spent the separating horses with his gaze. Suddenly, the guy realized that he was still hearing the conversation of Ji Chenhua and others. The demon explained that this was due to the fact that he cleared the body 3 times. One of the guards told Mr. G that they did not know where these guys came from, and whether they came for the relics. Mr. G winked at his guard, and he said that he later told everything. Main Kanji rode in his wagon and wondered what kind of relics it was. He came to the conclusion that Ji Chenhua is very attentive. Around the guy began to thicken the aura again, and he ordered to move. When they reached the city of Shan, it was already dark. But Main Kanji did not go home right away. To begin with, he needed to visit 3 places and send a sincere blessing. He let 3 guys wait for the order. In the end, he does not dive, let him see his family. Each of the 3 had its own family. He and Tan Sanbao came to his house, and Changi asked how he was left without a family. Tan Sanbao sat on his knees in front of the guy and swore to tell about everything that interests him. Main Kanji said that despite the fact that he recognized him as a member of the main family, he still tried to kill him, as he dared to decide on it. Tan Sanbao said that this is all the new wife of Mr. Mana, Madame Lu. The demon was shocked that his second mother could want to harm him, but the guy asked not to draw hasty conclusions. Tan Sanbao began his story. He was summoned to the mansion 10 days ago in order to look for a guy outside the city, and if he finds to kill. Madame Li gave him jade invaders as a reward for his act. Main Kanji wondered that the jade invigorates in their family is only alone. Bendamu explained that jade Bodhi is a rare treasure. With its help, you can restore chi. If a person uses it as a pill, then it can improve his skills. If a person is full of chi, then skills will increase and the level will increase, which is useful. Main Kanji realized that this was a good thing. The guy leaned toward his prince, and he said that then he would give him the jade invaders. Tan Sanbao admitted that they were hidden, but he will take him there. They found the jade Bodhi in an abandoned house. The guy held him in his hands and felt the body filled with energy. Tan Sanbao turned to the guy. He said that he could not fake such a thing. And Madame Li is now in the mansion of men. Sanbao said that returning can be dangerous, but the guy arrogantly stated that he would decide himself. Ben Da Miao was delighted that they did not go home at once, but the guy said that he was going to go there anyway. He squeezed in his hands the jade Bodhi and said that he was going to pretend to be an unsuspecting sheep. After interrogation, Meng Kanji ordered a member to follow Tan Sanbao. He happily took up the fulfillment of the order. After that, the guy crept into the mansion of Maine. It turned out that the Maine family did not respond to the ransom, instead having buried the eldest son in advance. The guy saw the old servant and was glad that he saw Fu Bo. The demon asked who he was, and the guy explained that he was looking after him in childhood. And then they heard that someone was going. It was the second master and his minions. They came to teach him. Fubo said that he meets all the requirements and is unshakable to the family of man, and the second lady should not treat other servants like that. The young man was angry and decided to remind the old man, who now the head of the family, deciding that he was not enough to lower. Jojo asked what kind of person who was so rude to the old man, and the guy recognized him in Main Changmin, the half-brother of this body. Main Changmin left, but ordered his minions to teach the old man to his minions. Bendamu began to worry that Fubo would be thrown now, but Kanji was calm and told her not to worry. He concentrated the energy around his finger and called the wind, with which he could control. The wind blew all the candles in the room and scared Changmin's minions. All three began to look up and tried to understand who was here and why it became so cold. The demon asked when he learned to release Qi energy like that. The guy replied that after receiving the third level of force, control improved. Fubo began to cry and asked if the spirit of the eldest son is really here. The minions of Changmin were scared of the ghost and hastened to get out of the room. For all this, the guy got about 10 points. The guy was pleased with himself and asked how Fubo was there. The demon said that he was still pouring water from evil spirits. Fubo said that the owner has a strange disease and everyone should now listen to the second lady and her son. Now Main Kanji realized why the second lady wanted to get rid of him. To strengthen power, you need to get rid of all faithful servants and the eldest son. Fubo continued to tell that the second son harmed the Guihai family, and the lady forced the servants to take him guilty. He said that many of the main family were assigned by the Guihai family, and he could not do anything about it. Main Kanji decided to encourage Fubo. Jojo thought that he wants to talk about what was alive, but the guy began to pretend to be a ghost and called Fubo. The old servant looked up and asked if this was true to the eldest son. The ghost said, Fubo, that he returned due to injustice, and he asked the servant to help him fix everything. Fubo said that the old servant should listen to the instructions of the eldest son. The next morning, the minions made excuses that there really was a ghost in the hall last night. But the second son did not believe them. Madame Li tried to calm him down, but to no avail. One of the guests thought that Main Chanmin was just a dummy, and most of the duties of the family fell on his shoulders. To date, his main rival was Ji Chenhua. He was beautiful, and the girls loved him. Suddenly, screams were heard from the entrance. Both the second son and Mrs. Liu looked there. There they saw a whole crowd of servants with posters. They demanded justice to return the money they had earned. The second son again lost his temper and was not going to calm down, despite his mother's request. He was angry with her too, even when she asked him not to fall into the mud in the eyes of influential families, Sai and Shani. Madame Liu turned to Fubo. She said that only those who guilty were sent to the punishment, and he dares to ask for some compensation for them. But the old servant did not agree, and he said that they were denied and they simply did their work. Fubo said that this is all because of the offense of the second son. He in turn ran up, grabbed the old servant by the breasts and began to scream at him. Fubo admitted that last night the ghost of the eldest son came, but Changmin only laughed at the old man, and Main Kanji called. All servants were shocked by this attitude of the second son to the deceased. But Changmin simply broke the board with the name of the deceased, and he said that this was not respectful. The second son stood smug, and on his face was an evil smile, and he said that he did not see any spirit. All those present in shock looked behind the back of the second son of the main family. Fubo, with tears in his eyes, looked at the man behind his second son and asked if these Main Kanji really. The eldest son laid his hand on Main Chanmin's shoulder and scolded him for such behavior. The second son turned around and saw Main Kanji in front of him, who asked how he was doing. The young man fell to the floor. He was all in tears and asked his brother for forgiveness for disturbing his soul. Main Kanji confidently sat and asked him not to be scared like that. He offered to meet and drink together. All guests were scared of the ghost, and then realized that the city was too well protected and this guy's a man. Mrs. Liu was angry that Fubo brought a charlatan who scared the main family. The servant tried to justify himself, but the second lady did not listen to him. She said she was ready for this. Madame Liu asked Tao's Jin to save them, and the monk happily agreed to destroy the goal. The monk was preparing to strike, and the guests were surprised that Mrs. Mana hired him. People whispered that the monk is unusual, and this year Fan Bizingguan would take part in Fairy Tale Gates. The eldest son of the family Gui Hai carefully looked at the monk, and he understood that he could become a competitor in the selection. The monk advised the opponent to surrender and instructed him a sword. He warned that if he resisted, then he would have no choice. The monk prepared for the battle, and the audience admired the shadow phantom that he created. Spectators discussed among themselves that people with the third level and strong ki were capable of this. One of the subordinates, Mr. G, apologized that their information at the monk account was outdated. Main Kanji patted the monk and said that he probably received a lot on street shows. The monk directed his blow to Main Kanji, and he called him a stubborn thirsty for death. Fubo was scared and shouted to the eldest son of the main family so that he would dodge the blow. The second son laughed angrily and said that Fan Bisingwan from the sect of the funded family of man, and the guy will not be able to pretend to the master. Bendamu supported Changi, and he defeated the monk from one blow. All the guests were shocked by the victory of Main Kanji, and the second son decided that his brother was really a ghost. Fubo ran to Mr. Kanji. All the servants were glad that he survived, and the guy promised to restore justice. People could not believe that they really were in front of them, the eldest son of the main family. After all, they came to his funeral. Mr. G turned to Kanji. He said that he did not think that they would meet again, but now it became clear that his surname was not G. Changi said that he had a strange foreboding, and he regrets that he lied. He looked at his stepmother. She was broken and did not know how to behave with the eldest son of the main family. The eldest son said that he would solve all the issues of the family and asked not to dissolve false rumors in the city. The guests continued to talk among themselves and said that they did not expect Main Kanji to be so strong. The guy who planned to lead the main family went into his carriage, and when he was already in her, he ordered his servants to leave. One of the servants noted that Mr. Main did not seem a light opponent and doubted that they could take the property of the main family. But the guy did not doubt his abilities. The carriages began to move away from the house of the main family. The frightened servant tried to apologize to Mr. G, but in response he received only a strong blow to the face and the destructive look. Mr. G asked how he dared to miss such a strong opponent. Main Kanji sat in the hall of his house surrounded by family and servants. He looked at the income book and saw that the main family has many losses. He looked at the stepmother and brother and asked what to do with them. They stood against him intensely, and the stepmother tried to justify herself that they had a nameless corpse, and they could not find a place from grief. Bendamu reminded that his family hired someone to kill him, while the guy with a thoughtful expression on his face looked at his family. The system unlocked a whole bunch of various missions, tasks, and also one hidden mission. Jojo became interested in what a hidden mission, and the guy examined notifications that if he was completing this hidden mission, he would unlock the new Harmony Immortal. The guy let go of his family and said that he had heard about his father's illness and wants to visit him. He asked these two to think about his actions. Madame Liu said that they would be honest, so as not to make Changzi's trouble. Main Kanji came to the bed of his sick father with the old servant Fubo. His father looked very exhausted and slept tightly on his bed. The guy asked if they should not call the doctor when Dad got sick, but it turned out that the doctors did not know what was happening to him. One of the servants eavesdropped on the door behind the door, while the servant Fubo said that they do not have enough power to invite the monks. This did not hide from the insightful eldest son of the main family. Joju also told him about this, but he reassured her and said that he had already noticed surveillance. The guy turned to the servant and said that there is a good doctor who treats the poor. The servant realized that he was about Dr. Lee and said that she had recently returned from practice. The guy offered to call her and try to cure her father. The servant said that for her money is garbage and it would be necessary to negotiate with her personally. Main Kanji nodded and said that she did not see sincerity in him, but when he comes to turn to her himself and will ask for as much as he needed. Fubo said that the Dr. Lee house is at the slope of the mountain, and he will have to rise 1,000 steps. But the guy did not worry. The servant who eavesdropped came to the room of the second lady and told her everything he heard. Madame Liu was surprised that the guy was ready to go to such a thing to cure his father. Her son proposed to go to them first and try to agree for the money, but his mother forbade him to do this. Madame Liu ordered him to gather and invite Dr. Lee. The second son was angry that he would have to climb so high. Madame Liu ordered her son that he should be sincere Changi so that they could invite Dr. Lee, and in the future, the father will be favorable to them. The second son was inspired and said that while Dad loves him more than all the tricks will succeed in his hands. The mistress grinned ominously and thought that Main Kanji had given her a chance to correct the situation. Dr. Lee's house was at the peak of the slope of Mount Shan Shan. Li Feili was a brilliant doctor, Sanya Shan, who most often only the poor. Rich people had to lay out thousands buying a suspended pot in order to get the opportunity to meet with it. Once a month, only 3 copies were sold, and only managers to buy it could get to the reception. The rich even pretended to be poor only to get to her reception. But the assistant of the doctor at first glance understood when they tried to deceive her. Assistant Lee Faley was going to go back to her hut when she heard strange sounds from the foot of the mountain. This was the second son of the main family. The servants encouraged the guy in his climbing mountain. And finally, he took the last step in his not simple climb on the steps. Main Chanmin was very tired, but very glad that he could do it faster than his brother. Main Kanji's voice praised his brother and asked to start wiping sweat to begin with. The young man turned around and was surprised when he saw him. Didn't he just want to invite the doctor to visit? Main Kanji admitted that he wanted to be sincere with his brother while sitting and drank water. This was very angry with the second son, but the servant tried to calm him down, and he even succeeded. The second son went to the assistant and began to ask his father to help. He said that he rose to the mountain to prove the sincerity of his intentions. The assistant gasped and said that she would never have thought that he was so sincere. The guy was already delighted that everything worked out. But she said that Dr. Lee had already had a turn, and he may not even hope to get to her now. The second son of the main family was very upset by this news. Bendamu noticed that in order to visit it, you have to do a lot of work. And the guy said that her reputation is impeccable, so they know this and try to sign up. Rich people were upset that the assistant of Dr. Lee bit their plan. One of the guys suggested just buying a hanging pot. But due to the fact that Dr. Lee did not go out of the door, there was no such opportunity. Main Kanji thought that due to the fact that the doctor often happens herself, her disappearance was not even noticed, while the second son went to make a second attempt. Jojo noticed that Dr. Lee did not behave like an ordinary person. Main Chanmin bowed to the assistants and asked for help, and his servants tried to prove that he was sincere. But the assistant only smiled and said that she had done everything that could continue to work for Dr. Lee. The rest of the people whispered on the mountain, which in fact they were already denied. The second son was very upset. He heard the voice of his brother who told him that there was little one's sincerity in this matter. Main Kanji stood in front of him and said that it was good that he did not play these games. This statement brought his second son out, and he tried to rush at his brother, but the servants held him. Suddenly, someone was heard. The man said that at first he did not believe that Main Chanmin came to the doctor to play games, but now admired. From the whispering of people on the mountain, it became clear that this man is the eldest son of the Guihai family. The servant denied rumors that they were already trying to get to the doctor for a long time, explaining that they are not just rich, but the most authoritative family. The eldest son, Guihai, said that he would think about charity aside 7 men. It angered Chang Min, but Kanji remained calm and even joked. The servant of Mr. Guihai was due to this in a rage, but Main Kanji quickly reassured him when he said that he simply had in mind that they needed to meet. Main Kanji called his son Gai Hui sticky and suggested that he was in love with Dr. Lee. The servant was very angry, but Mr. Gai Hui stopped him, and he said that in this case, the main family herself will deal with the doctor. The eldest son of the Guihai family approached the assistant, and he asked to convey that the representative of the Guangshan government is located here. He handed the girl a gold token with the inscription Guangshan. The next moment, all people who were on the mountain saw that the gate was opening. While the witnesses were wondering why the gates opened, the eldest son of the Guihai family calmly went inside. The servant of Mr. Guihai, with a pleased face, turned to the sons of men and said that if they worshipped 3 times on behalf of the main family, they would think about helping. The youngest son was ready to do it. But since the eldest was nearby, he had to make a decision. Benda Miao and Main Kanji came to the fact that he looks serious, and although he still takes care of his father. Main Kanji told his brother to bow to him after he meets with Dr. Lee. The second son of the main family got angry, and he shouted that now is not the time for jokes. Main Kanji told him that he would now teach him another thing, and if he is really sincere, he will be able to succeed. While the guy went to the gate, everyone was actively discussing what he was going to do. Bendamu also asked how he was going to enter. The guy told her to watch carefully, and when he went to the assistant, handed her a bottle of medicine from Dr. Lee. The second son of the main family was surprised that his brother really had a bottle of Dr. Lee. He thought that perhaps they would be let out, but the rest were skeptical. Main Kanji smiled politely and said that he simply wanted to return this medicine to the doctor. And then his face took an expression of anger, and he said that this bottle of medicine did not suit him at all. All those present on the mountain were shocked. For this, the guy got a lot of points. The demon asked Kanji not to swear and reminded that they were here to ask for help. The assistants were frightened and said that if this master wants to arrange a scandal to him, better to report everything to the authorities. The guy said that he did not want to proceed and simply asks to return the bottle of medicine to Dr. Lee. All visitors who were waiting for the turn to Dr. Lee were angry with this behavior of main Kanji. The servant of Mr. Gai told the girls that they can call his master so that he would drive the troublemaker. The girls looked at each other and decided to call Mr. Gai. Lee Faley was sitting opposite the guy and listening to how he promised her to quickly find the one she was trying to find. The assistant came to them, holding the bottle of Ming Changi in his hands. She said that there is a strange person there, and he says that the medicine did not suit him. Mr. Gai got angry, and Dr. Lee calmly took the bottle from the hands of the assistant. Mr. Gai immediately got up and said that he would solve this problem himself, but Lee Faley recognized this bottle of medicine. The servant of Mr. Gai began to boast that they have close relations with the government, so they will quickly eliminate troubles. Changmin tried to persuade his brother to apologize, but the guy said that if anyone should apologize, then Dr. Lee. At that moment, Mr. Gai appeared in the doorway. He asked who dared to create problems for the ingenious doctor. His servant immediately told him that it was the eldest son of the main family. Mr. Gai went up to him and said that he would forgive such rudeness only if he bowed his head in front of him. Changi asked why, if it was a doctor's cottage, he went out to solve problems for her. Gui said that she has more important things to do. The attention of Ben Damu was attracted by a reward of half a point. Main Kanji said his comments make sense, and the second son was shocked because Dr. Lee Faley herself appeared in the doorway. She looked at the guy and was in a hurry to approach him. The witnesses of this were very surprised that the Dr. Lee herself came out because of this case. Mr. Gai tried to convince her to return inside and said that he would figure it out, but the doctor simply passed him. She stopped in front of Main Kanji and looked at him with a bated breath. The guy told her that he did not come to create problems, but simply used this method of attracting attention to ask for help for his father. All those present were surprised that Dr. Lee really knew this person, and Changmin rejoiced at his father. The servant of Gai tried to say that, despite the goals of what the guy said unforgivably. The doctor asked him, is her medicine really useless? And Kanji laughed and said that he was not injured, so for him it was. The servant of Gai tried to raise the turmoil again, but the Mr. Evil stopped him and decided to go back to business. Of course, he did not expect that the son of the main family was familiar with the doctor, but he had already found a topic for talking with Lee Faley and was not going to retreat. But when he raised his head, he saw that Dr. Lee was already leaving with the sons of Maine. Lee Faley turned around and asked why Mr. Gai is still here. He awkwardly explained that he wanted to continue the conversation about the search for a person. Dr. Lee bowed and said that this man was Main Kanji, and he was already found, and Mr. Gai could be free. The eldest son of the Gui family was completely defeated when he heard these words of the doctor. Doctor's assistants discussed that she first led into one of the rich without a warrant, and then they remembered that when she only returned, she was looking for some major. The second son asked what relations are connected by his brother and a brilliant doctor. The guy thought and said that he should have with her. Changmin was looking forward to the answer. Changi replied that if he understood, then it's good, but if not, then there is no point in explaining. Jojo was sure Lee Faley was in love with him. The second son thought that his brother seduced the brilliant Dr. Lee Faley. The girl went into the room with some sheet and asked Main Kanji to look at him. This turned out to be an account for the services that Dr. Lee rendered him earlier. The guy laughed that she had a good memory. The second son suggested that their relationship was simple as a patient and a doctor. But Kanji also denied this. Main Kanji asked what about his bodyguard services, and the doctor reminded him that since he had brought it to only half the way, the expenses would be half repaid. The guy laughed and said that she was so reasonable that he was already speechless. Dr. Lee recalled an additional fee and said that she was removed in addition to the accompanying agreement. The guy wondered what kind of fee and what the doctor was talking about. Ben Damu reminded him that he demanded a kiss for a mountain demon as an additional fee. Changmin was very surprised that the doctor should brother, and he asked why he would not exchange it to his father. The guy said that the doctor could agree without this, and the second son immediately tried. But Dr. Lee said that if he does not have an order to hang pots, then this is impossible. The second son of Maine was disappointed, and Kanji asked Dr. Lee about the same thing. Lee Faley nodded and said that if it was Mr. Man, then she would make an exception. Changmin could not understand why he was refused, and his brother was made an exception if their father was alone. Therefore, when Dr. Lee gathered her first aid kit, they went in a wagon to Father Men. Dr. Lee sat in a carriage and asked whether Mr. Main and Main are consolidated brothers are. Changi said that she thought, knows about it, and decided to punish his brother. But Dr. Lee said that only the rules followed. Shangji was flattered that she made an exception for him, and they chatted sweetly. This was flooded with the younger brother. Mr. Main noticed that it would be necessary to pay for treatment, and Dr. Lee said he was absolutely right. The second son of the Main family also very much wanted to participate in their conversation. Changi admitted to the demon that he could have time for the thoughts of Dr. Lee. At that moment, their wagon suddenly ran into a stone. All who were inside were very shaken, and the second son of the Main family asked what it was. A crowd of bandits stood on the road, and she ordered them to leave the carriage immediately. These people were subordinated to Yin Rulan and were going to earn money for her. The driver of the cart told them that they were attacked by the bandits of Yin Rulan, and they were surrounded by them. The second son began to panic because this is the same Yin Rulant. He did not know what would happen now. Main Kanji greeted the bandits and asked why they, as it should, would not greet the son-in-law. All bandits were confused and could not understand why he calls himself a son-in-law. But the eldest son of the Main family continued to say that he and Yin Rulan lovers. Jochu noticed that if they do not know who Main Kanji is, then they are definitely not the bandits of Yin Rulan. The guy was glad that he could be so easy to figure them out. The second son admired the skills of his brother, and he tried to understand he is lying or telling the truth. All the bandits doubted and did not want to take risks to attack the lover of the Lord of Yin Rulan. But their leader was not going to retreat. He's somewhat reminiscent of one of the people of Gai Hai. Listening to the call of their leader, all the bandits rushed to the attack. But they did not have time to run to the carriage, as a frightening wave of energy stopped them. One of the bandits recognized in it the power of Tao Meni, and everyone raised their eyes to see who did it. All the bandits saw on a small elevation the hem of Yin Ruland itself. She stood surrounded by her subordinates, and she said that she came to find the escaped prey, and also found those who pretend to be her younger brothers. Benda Miao was surprised that Yin Ruland came, but unfortunately she again did not see the level of strength of the Lord. Main Kanji said that, despite the fact that they had some relations, he would not return to her anymore, even if she ran after him. The second son imagined that maybe brother and Yin Rulan were really together. The guys began to make excuses that they did not want to cause evil to her lover. The leader of the bandits thought that despite the fact that he would like to please Mr. Gai Hai, he was not intended to sacrifice his life. In the eyes of the Lord of Yin Rulan, lightning flashed, and she asked, did they really not hear what she said? She jumped from the mountain and shouted that this child was her prey, not a lover. And she ordered them to get out of here until she killed them. Main Kanji pretended to play along with her and admitted that he was her prey. The bandits fled as quickly as they could to save their lives. Ben Damu praised the guy for the work done, and he told him that now they earned a whole bunch of glasses. Plus, Roulant finally released its strength, and Jojo was able to analyze her. The demon said that her experience is 39 points, and this is the peak of the third level. The Lord turned to the eldest son of the Main family, accusing him that he had gone without permission. The guy decided to agree with Yin Rulan, because she was stronger than him in battle, despite the fact that their level is the same. He offered her real money, and Yin Rulan said that she did not receive coins from his family for him. The guy confirmed this and explained to her why it happened, and all because Madame Liu was all the same. He pulled out of the carriage of the second son of the Main family and said that the lady would give a ransom for him. Jojo was shocked by such a turn of events. The lords of the Lord confirmed the words said. They said that the father of the family of Main is sick, and everyone was controlled by Madame Liu, who adores her son. A promising smile appeared on the face of the Lord of Yin Rulan. Main Kanji expressed his hope that cooperation would be fruitful. The second son of the Main family was connected, and he was taken away by the minions of the Lord of Yin Rulan. The Lord of Yin Rulan admitted that Mr. Main is a little in her taste. One of the people who were accompanied by the Main brothers began to accuse the elder of impudence. But to finish, the guy did not give failure. She just cut him out. Main Kanji said he did not think that Dr. Lee was capable of this. She replied that the guy was too noisy. The guy turned away from his brother and began to go to the carriage. He informed Dr. Lee that they were returning. He sat down and ordered to continue to conduct a wagon and forget what had just happened. Yin Rulan also began to leave and expressed her intention of cooperation if they meet again. It seemed that the Lord of Yin Rulan and Main Changie were going to disperse everyone in their direction. But the next moment, both disappeared from their places and ended up in the air. The Lord of Yin Rulan struck with her sword, and the eldest son of the Main family beat him with the help of Qi energy. Yin Rulan people realized that the eldest son of the Main family initially planned to make a hidden attack on their queen. Also, people from the main family also understood this, because none of the parties could have discouraged this attack if it had not been prepared for it in advance. The guy who had previously cut down Lee Faley suggested that this was Mr. Man's original plan to save his second son. Yin Rulin said that she did not expect this from him, but glad that she found someone who understands her silently. The demon said that the hidden attack failed and the woman planned the same. Main Kanji invited her to become a daughter-in-law of the main family, if she likes him so much. He said that he was ready to get married even today. They continued to fight, and the Lord noticed that Main Kanji also reached the third level of force. She inflicted another blow and said that now she likes him even stronger. The guy was thrown by force to the ground, and the demon told him that this woman uses the Beichu technique and she had high protection. Joju said they have no chance of winning, but the guy did not agree with her. If there are no flaws in a woman, then they will create it. The woman again rushed to the attack with Main Kanji did not die. Her red chi hit the guy right. Main's subordinate families watched the battle, and they saw how the eldest son of man is trying. When he was struck, everyone was scared. Dr. Lee carefully monitored his energy. She noticed that she was only very weakened. The girl was very nervous and struggled to convince herself that the guy would be fine. The Lord stood in front of Main Kanji and directed her sword at him. She noticed that the guy has exhausted all his energy to defend himself. She praised him for not dead. And she said that despite the fact that she likes him, she would do the same with him as with the others. And then, looking directly into his eyes, she said that he was returning to her home. Main Kanji decided to ask why such a great woman decided to grab him. He said that he did not mind being her hostage, but he was against being not understanding anything hostage. The Lord said she would tell him. His stepmother did not want him to return before the start of the selection and ordered him to be captured. Benda Miao surprised such an answer. After all, if the stepmother instructed Tan Sanbao to kill him, then why Yin Rulan was to capture alive? The guy agreed that this was strange, but the woman had no reason to lie. In his hands appeared Jade Bodhi, who completely restored his energy of chi, and he said that he did not intend to be a hostage. His strength was thrown by the Lord of Yin Rulant into the air. The woman was in shock and did not understand how this could happen. After all, only a few seconds ago he did not have the strength. But Main Kanji did not stop and continued to attack the Lord of Yin Rulan. In a second, he was behind a woman. Yin Rulant was not ready for this. Therefore, Main Kanji was able to knock the sword out of her hand with the help of Qi energy. Holding the woman by one hand, he accumulated Qi energy into the other, turning his right hand into a weapon, and was preparing to strike. He set his hand to the woman's neck and told her that, unlike the hostages, he loves to win. Yin Rulan did not expect this from him. The brothers of the lords immediately rushed to her help. The guy noticed this and said that they are really very loyal. The woman recognized the defeat and asked not to touch her subordinates. The guy agreed to this, provided that she would do the way he says. He leaned toward her ear and whispered her plan to her. After that, he asked her if she was ready to accept these conditions. The woman looked with interest at the guy and said that he was interested in her more and more, and she was ready to accept the conditions. Main Kanji let her go, and the Lord of Yin Rulan ordered to release his younger brother. Her subordinates were surprised but obeyed. The second son of the main family tried to find out from his brother what he said to the woman. Main Kanji replied that he promised to marry her. The guy believed, but when he was told that this joke was very angry. Finally, they got to the house of the main family. The demon noticed that the guy's brother is a good source of glasses. After the examination doctor, Lee said that their father was not sick, but poisoned by a very rare poison. All his skin will harden, and in the end, his body will stop functioning. Benda Miao suggested that her father was poisoned by her stepmother, but the guy doubted this. He decided that this was done by the one who wants to get rid of the main family. The demon was very evil, and the guy promised that he would find a way to find out who it was, but first you need to save the father. He asked Lee Faley what was needed for an antidote. She replied that they would need a very rare grass that cannot be found even outside the gate. The second son volunteered to go beyond the gate to persuade the monks to help, but one of the subordinates reminded him that these drugs were not outside the gate. Changi said that if this grass is spelled out in the formula, then somewhere it can be found. Dr. Lee confirmed his guesses and said that she was growing in a place where there are many dead soldiers. She said that there are no such places near their city. But Jojo and the guy remembered that recently they were in a similar place. Dr. Lee wrote out a recipe that can extend the life of the head of the main family. At this time, the eldest son of the main family decided to prod to use the points that have accumulated in all this time. Benda Meow was happy that they had accumulated as many as 6,666 points. The guy counted and said that this should be enough at 3 levels, and he was not sure if the Wind of Exile could defeat. Bendamu launched an increase in level and points really enough by only 3. The demon asked how the guy found out how much his glasses were. He said that they increase in proportion. Jojo thought about it, and the system began an improvement at 3 levels. The guy meditated and thought that although he wanted to improve everything in one breath, it was still necessary to improve each level separately. He felt a large amount of chi energy accumulated in his body. Its level increased thanks to such a large accumulation. Shangi was surprised that, despite the fact that so far it increased only 1 level, and the difference in strength was already very high. The demon began to explain to him how 9 QE levels work. She said that every 3 levels are 1 stage. From the 1st to the 3rd level, this is the basic stage. When a person collects a sufficient amount of ki energy, he makes a breakthrough. From the 4th to the 6th level, the following stage of transformation begins. At this stage, it is necessary to condense and clean your own ki to tangible and indestructible. The guy thought that the priest at the funeral did something similar, but the demon explained to him that he only thickened blood, barely strengthening his body. And the energy of Qigong is not just an accumulation of energy. A person who develops Qigong, even if it is a random blow, while it is released, he has great force. The guy received the 4th level of force and realized that the feeling is completely different compared to the previous 3 levels. Bendamu explained that at the 4th level, blood is already beginning to turn into Qi energy. He will take a course to manage Qi energy. But the guy did not listen to her and immediately applied his new forces in practice. After the guy struck the blow, he realized that this power of Qi had a really unfamiliar feeling and was thinking about training. The demon got angry and asked how this feeling was unfamiliar to him. She thought that since they were connected by this energy of a brilliant predecessor, whether it can be said that the energy of Bendamu was transmitted to him. While she was thinking about this, the transition to the 5th level began. The guy asked what would happen next, and the demon explained that when he reaches the 6th level, all his QE would turn into Qigong. The guy felt energy quoted throughout his body, and finally he reached the 6th level of strength. Benda Meow looked in surprise at the glow emanating from the guy, and asked if it could be. But she did not have time to finish. A beautiful blue dragon appeared in front of them, which seemed to emanate from main kanji. Because the guy was all shrouded in a blue glow and the dragon towered behind him. This glow went outside the house and seemed to reach the sky. The girl stood on the nose of a flying ship and heard that they would soon get to Sanyashan. She thought that this time they should attract good students for the teacher. But then it seemed to her that she felt a breakthrough in the level. The girl thought about whether it could come from an accidental practitioner. Then she definitely had to try to bring him to the teacher. The man stood in the sky in a flying mosque. His name was Mino Shao. He raised his hand in a spell and many different swords appeared around him. He directed them all to the ground, ordering to fly down on the city, which seemed to be loaded with its usual affairs. Suddenly his inhabitants looked up and saw how many swords fly on them. Someone noticed that they looked like the swords of Xiang. When the swords were already stuck in the ground, the man realized that these are swords in San who choose participants on Xiangmin. It turned out that for participation, it was necessary to get a magic sword from the ground, and everyone who considered himself worthy tried to do it. The man surrounded by flying swords, he himself stood on one of the similar ones, announced that the selection on the Haiyan moon was beginning. The guy and the demon tried to understand what happened. Benda Meow said that she heard that people with special force, when they break through the levels, can show visible strength. However, this is really rare, and the released energy should awaken special abilities. Jojo and the guy were surprised that they did not feel any changes. Then the guy froze sharply and thought, and the demon asked him what happened. The guy said because after the improvement, energy was released, which is extremely rare, then other people could see it. They could get a lot of points. When they checked, it turned out that this was not so. At first, Jojo was upset, but the guy stroked her and spoke, but now they can defeat the Wind of Exile and will still become stronger. When Bendamu ceased to be very sad about this, their attention was attracted by the notification from the system. They came closer and read that they could get points from those who do not expect him to have such a force. And now the system of obtaining glasses is expanded. Jojo was surprised that if it was an expansion and improvement of the system, why she did not feel anything then. Therefore, the guy explained to her a new way to collect points. Their conversation was interrupted by a scream. Someone called Kanji and shouted that trouble was happening. This was the second son of the main family. He said that this time, though something happened, Main Kanji asked him to calm down and tell him normally. They went to the exit of the house, and Changmin talked about the sword that fell from the sky. When they left the house, they saw a lot of people around a strange golden ball. Brother said that it should be a Shao Qing. They explained to him that if he pulls the sword, then the selection will pass, and Fubo invited him to try. Now the guy realized why his stepmother paid the money of Yin Rulan for the abduction. His stepmother had a plan that included what the monk that she hired will take out the sword and pass it into the hands of her second son. Thus, he would have passed the selection. After all, the main thing is that the sword is removed and it does not matter who will get it. But her plan collapsed because Kanji was strong. Bendamu agreed with such his conclusions. While they were talking, they received a notification about the award, and the demon asked where she came from. Next to them, the stepmother and the second son of the main family cursed among themselves due to the fact that he called his brother. Main Kanji decided that if they can collect points even in such an indirect way, now it will be much easier to do. Servant Fubo said that the senior gentleman always believed that his son would be able to get to Xiangmin. The guy came to the guy about the owner about the world of human, who was divided into 5 parts. The gates of Shangqin were located at the peak of Mount Zanva. In the northern part of the region, Ushinmin and had 8 peaks. The demon asked the guy, uneasy of Mount Qinhua, not 27 peaks, and initially the gates of Xiangmin were not called Shangqin. The guy said that these are only the memories of the owner, and they can be erroneous, and decided to try to go through the test. Main Kanji took the handle of a gold sword and began to pull on himself. When something went wrong, it surprised the eldest son of the main family. The sword turned out to be heavier than Main Kanji thought. He held it in his hand, and the handle, as if absorbed his energy of qi. Bendamu explained that these are the consequences of a spell that checks the ability of possible students. The golden sword was saturated with this spell and is able to feel the power of the one who holds it. In people of the 3rd level, it will not be difficult to pull it out. Since the guy was a 6th level, it was not a problem for him, and he easily pulled the golden sword out of the ground. The Julu boat flew calmly in the sky over the city of Sanya. A large number of people gathered next to the map, and everyone watched the successes of getting swords. People on the ship quarreled who will take the first one, the person who pulled out the immortal sword. The girl said that it is necessary to follow the traditions, and he will be taken by the one who first sent him to the ship. The girl said that this year they needed only the highest qualified students, and from this day, she will constantly practice in flying on a sword. Suddenly, a mark appeared on the map that the first highly qualified student pulled the sword out of the ground. Everyone revived and wanted to go down to the student, but the brother of Qi was ahead of them all. And he was already next to this guy, who was the son of Gui Hai. The girl tried to understand how he managed to get to the destination so quickly. Meanwhile, a fiery phoenix appeared on the streets of the city in the sky, the phantom of the eldest son of the Gui Hai family. The celestial praised the guy and said that if he could pass the 2nd stage of the relic test, then they will become brothers. Mr. Gai Hai was ready to join Luoga. The attention of Feng Qi attracted a new phantom that appeared in the sky next to them. He was more than the phoenix of Mr. Gai Hai. Phantom had 2 heads of one snake, and the second belonged to the turtle. Feng Qi saw that this year there was some other candidate cooler than he had already found. The girl stood in front of Ji's house, and they discussed the young master. He was not only more beautiful than the Master Gai Hai, but even stronger. The young Mr. Ji watched the phantom, which he released during the test. The second son of the family and the servant tried to understand what was happening at the main estate. They saw how first appeared in the sky a phantom of phoenix, and then the turtles. The demon noticed that not only kanji in this city has talent, but the guy did not consider it strange that there are many talents in the world. In addition, they will still not be as good as he. And the next moment, Mr. Main easily removed the sword from the ground. A huge phantom of the golden sword appeared in the sky. He attracted the attention of all the inhabitants of the city. People on the ship in the sky also saw Mr. Man with a phantom, and they noticed that with the advent of the divine sword, the other 2 phantoms instantly disappeared, as if the sword frightened them. No one could remember that this ever happened earlier. When the guy turned to his sister to say that they need to go faster and find this student, the girl was no longer there. People discussed the appearance of the phantom of the sword over the house of the main family. They argued who it was, a monk or the eldest son of the main family, and they tried to understand whether this was that main kanji is stronger than representatives of the Ji and Guihui families. The demon looked at the phantom of the sword and could not believe that the guy really did it. And then an insight suddenly came to her. After all, just a phantom of the sword over the house of men, who Changi made, saw the whole city. He shocked everyone, which means that they earned many points. Yes, and with such ease. The phantom disappeared, and the guy was interested in why this time his appearance was different. The demon explained that he was influenced by the spell of the spirit of the warrior was recognized by the source. Main Kanji felt that something was approaching from above at a great speed. The guy and the demon looked at the sky and saw how something like a monk flying on a sword flies on them. Having looked closely, they realized that the monk on a flying sword should look a little different. There was a terrible roar, and he attracted the attention of all those present in the main house. Everyone rushed to check Mr. Main in order, and they asked why the sword flew on him if he won the test. When the haze scattered, they saw the silhouette of Kanji, who was still standing. The girl who fell from the sky hugged him. She said that she caught a guy and now she could take him to herself. The guy said that although the fortune teller predicted him good luck with the opposite sex, but that the girls themselves flew into their hands, he did not expect. The girl bounced off the guy, began to wave her hands. She said that he did not understand everything. The conversation was interrupted by another voice, who also wanted to agree with main Kanji on cooperation. It was a guy on a flying ball. He introduced himself to Zhang Wu. He said that his peak Mei Yin, and he expressed his desire to invite the guy to them to the top. Suddenly there was a loud cry asking him to wait another minute, which attracted the attention of all those present. He was the same man who invited the Guihui family. He promised that after joining Luoga they would become brothers. Feng Qi had to dodge the swords flying into it. A lot of celestials appeared, and they all argued whose top would go to Meng Qianji. The girl blocked the guy with him and said that he had already chosen Taonan, and the brothers must follow the rules. But instead, the brothers reminded her that a person has the right to choose the top before the moment when he sets on the ship one of them. The guy turned to Bandamu and began to say that popularity was annoying. The demon was worried no matter how they had a fight for him. The guy looked at them and reassured Jojo. He said that until he fights here, they will not. The girl said that she would not give a guy so simply, and I was ready to fight for him. But the brothers did not look frightened. The quarrel was stopped by main Kanji, who ordered to stop. He said that all three were too verbose, and did not even ask him what top he wants to enter. Three shocked looked at him and tried to understand what he was talking about at all. The eldest son of the main family, with an unshakable face, pushed a chair towards him. He sat down and said that he would choose where to enter, and they must fight for him and not choose instead of him. He invited them to demonstrate his abilities so that he could choose. With this statement, he scared all those present in the main house. Some of the Celestials considered it arrogant, but Jun Wu said that this person can afford such behavior. Feng Qi laughed and said that no one had yet entered the Xiangmin with such a high level. Therefore, the idea to adjust the rules has a place to be. Everyone accepted the rules, only the girl was confused by such a turn of events. Changmin tried to bring the mother to his senses, and our main character earned a bunch of glasses. While Jojo was happy about the points received, main Kanji said that the Celestials can start a performance. As a result, each of the Celestials began to acquaint with the characteristics and advantages of its peak. The demon asked how a guy could remain so calm, meeting people from Xiangmin. Changi said that they behave like ordinary people. The first began Zhongwu. He said that Mei Yin is controlled by the main of the three oldest peaks, which owns alchemy. In addition, the master is familiar with the cultivation of only different heavenly herbs. Their peak grows the best rare herbs. Each student of Mei Yin is provided for free elixirs and all herbs for practice. Changi asked the next representative. Jojo really liked the first peak. The second representative appeared in front of them with a loud knock. He smiled broadly and said that the most important feature of Luoga is power. None of those present was impressed with this statement from Feng Qi. The guy said that their master is the second elder Shan Qing, and he is inferior to the level only to the leader. Next to him, everyone can become a great fighter. But what was more important, the master had powerfulness. Therefore, they had a large number of treasures, many scrolls, and magic weapons. The pupils of the peak were provided with magic things made to order. Ben and Miao liked this peak. The guy asked the last person to speak and present his peak. The girl was a little confused. Zhongwu began to speak for her. He said that the elder Townan is always indifferent to the improvement of his students. Feng Qi confirmed that at that top, students are engaged only in self-training. Everyone called the elder useless. The girl from the top of Danyan was very angry when she heard that they were insulting her elder. Therefore, after a few more evil statements, she took out a sword and ordered everyone to stop insulting her masters. But before the fight managed to start, they were stopped by Kanji's voice. He said that, despite the fact that the girl from the top did not introduce her herself, from the words of others he already understood everything. The girl from the top of Taonan was very upset and evil, because the student whom she caught will go to others. Brother Qi was sure that magic artifacts were an important attribute, and he would definitely choose his top. And Zhengwu had no doubt that alchemy and herbs are useful for practice, so he would choose Mei Yin. Main Kanji thanked all representatives and said that he was choosing Taonan. Such an unexpected turn of events shocked the girl from the top of Taonan. In shock, Zhengwu was also, and other students from the top, decided that he was mocking them. Feng Qi said that if he looked at the beauty, then they also have them at the peaks. Benda Miao decided that the guy was joking to earn a lot of points. After all, there were many people who did not expect such a decision. Fubo asked the master to think better, because his path to improvement depends on this. But the guy said that he had already decided. When Jojo heard it was in shock, and I could not believe that the guy really chose the top of Taonan. The girl asked if he really decided to join them, and Kanji confirmed his words. Ben Demu could not understand why from alchemy and magical artifacts, he chose the most stupid peak. The guy reminded her that she was a demon, and people from the gates of Jiang Mine are destroying demons, and if they find it, they will destroy it. Therefore, in order to avoid such an outcome of events, he chose Taonan. Jojo admitted that she completely forgot that she was a demon. Other peaks accepted his choice and left the guy. The girl from the top of Taonan said that he hopes the master would not regret the choice made. She gave him a token with the inscription of Taonan, and she said that now he is her younger brother. The girl said that tomorrow they go to a flying ship which stands on the outskirts of the city of Xianshan. She asked him not to be late. Main Kanji said Bandamu that elixirs and magic artifacts are just things, and Jojo is the only one who deserves trust. The demon was beside himself with the joy that the guy appreciates her so high. At a short distance from everyone else, there was a small house. The guy held on to the handle of the sword and said that the selection would last until tomorrow. The boy was sure that he could become a student, when suddenly behind him there was a naked woman who asked if he could pick up a sword. The boy was scared and asked who she was. But a strange woman ordered him to be quieter. She ordered to calm down and said that they finally passed the magic circle and will get into the city. She held out her hand to the handle of the sword, which the boy was already holding, and she said that apparently the monks found her sister, and she could not complete the task. On the second day after Shang Qin was lowered by a magic sword, people who passed the first selection arrived early according to the instructions. After a sound signal from Shang Qin, which will sound throughout the city, the second qualifying round will open the entrance for passage. Benda Mu noticed that in addition to those who had crossed relatives, almost 100 people came. His brother Chang Min approached the guy, and he asked that he told Uncle Fu before leaving that he looked so surprised. The guy remembered that he was telling him then, but he replied that nothing terrible, just a small experiment. Jojo enjoyed the glasses received from the distance. Servant Fu stood in the middle of the courtyard of the House of Man, and he tried to understand why the master said to convey the second lady that the Celestials killed the main brothers. Because of this information, the second lady fainted. When she came to her senses, the servant said that the elder failed and the younger could take a selection. Hearing this, the second lady again fainted, and only when she came to her senses for the second time, the servant could tell her the truth. Fubo did not understand why the second lady had to come to his senses and fall into fainting so many times in a row. After such unrest, Mrs. Li repented and asked to give up. She promised that she would listen to his orders and asked not to joke like that anymore. Benda Miao was happy that they had so quickly completed the goal of the mission. It remained to cure the chapter and return the family business. After they finish this mission, they will be able to open the task Harmony Immortal. A voice sounded in the head of all those involved in the second stage of selection. He congratulated on the passage of the first round. Main Changmin asked what kind of voice technique this is, but the older brother said that the announcement of the rules is now beginning and we must listen. Chenhua Ji listened to the instructions and wishes of good luck on the selection. Then the guy said that he would definitely restore the position of the Ji family. The voice began to talk about the world in G, that G does not depend on this world. Its nature and content are different. It is full of capabilities and contains rare treasures, birds, and animals. He said that magic ruins appeared with the revival of the aura. They open every time the earthly spirit is active. Each discovery lasts 10 days, and the time of the next opening should be calculated on the basis of the aura around the ruins. Conducting aura in ruins will gradually increase over time. It will reach the maximum on the last day, and creatures in ruins will become stronger. If you enter the ruins on the first day, you can clean everything within 12 hours. In addition, the students of Shangqin entered the ruins in advance and created 4 safe zones. Therefore, if someone wants to refuse, he can follow the signs and go to the safe zone. Also, in case of emergency, everyone was given a jade pendant, if it will be broken by students from the tops, and help to cope with the danger. Everyone who passed the first selection held a jade pendant in their hands and understood that this was a very useful thing. After reading the rules, the selection of students who will take a test began. Main Kanji realized that they would pass ruins after other students. Benda Meow said that she knew this aura and remembered that it was thanks to her that the mountain demon found that strong form. Main Kanji also remembered that mountain demon in the body of a red-haired gibbon. Jojo was calculated. She clicked her fingers and said that they would need 10 days to unlock the mission, Harmony, Immortal. But the guy said they could do it in 3 days. Benda Meow was very surprised, and she asked how the guy was going to return all the main family in 3 days. Main Kanji said that the person who took them himself will come here. Mr. Gaihai came and greeted the eldest son of the main family. Changji thanked Mr. Gaihai for taking care of his younger brother and for temporarily looked after the enterprise of the main family. The second son shouted and could not understand why his brother thanks this man. After all, he lied to him and forced him to sign an agreement with which the main family lost half the property. The second son received on the head so as not to interfere with negotiations. And Kanji said that it was time to return the possession. Gaihai only laughed at this. He said that main Kanji would not lose in ruins or the whole city learns about his reputation. The guy was not going to retreat and offered to make a bet since Mr. Gaihai feels so confident. They argued that Mr. Main could take the entire property of the Main family. Gaihai said that he has most of the Main family possessions, and his bet is not satisfied. Main Kanji handed the bottle of medicine and said that it was made by Dr. Lee himself, and also said that there is her kiss on this bottle. The guy shook a bottle in front of Mr. Gaihai and asked if this was enough. Gaihai blushed, cleared his throat, and said that if Mr. Main so wants to give him all the property, then he does not mind. The demon asked where he got a bottle and even with a kiss. And the guy told her that this was a regular medicine, and he came up with everything. Thus Gaihai and Kanji made a bet and even signed. Gaihai said that the agreement is more expensive than money, and said that this medicine from Dr. Lee would definitely come in handy. The crowd of students finally gathered. The girl examined the crowd and tried to find the very one in her. The monk, which was hired by the second lady, was going to Prada to recharge with energy when he heard strange discussions behind his back. He listened as young people behind him described something thick, large, long. The monk did not understand how it relates to him. The second son said that the dose of the sword was done. The guy who was told this came to the conclusion that the monk is great and not main Kanji. The second son confirmed the guesses and called Kanji mediocrity. He offered the guy a gold ticket and asked him to prevent main Kanji to get a test. The guy agreed and main Changmin promised to give a double reward. Mr. Main watched another guy was leaving his brother's stories. The demon did not understand why they give them money, and the guy explained to her that this is called the investment. He told her to imagine that she was sitting money and then gather a huge crop. Bendamu asked how much money they would receive when they collect the crop. The guy replied that it depends on how much his brother would plant. At that moment, the gates of the ruins opened and the participants went to study them. When they entered the ruins, the guy realized that they had moved to the outskirts, and they needed to the center. The demon noticed that the ruins are large enough, and it would be difficult for them to find Binguat Sa alone. Just at this moment, one of the bribed guys appeared. He introduced himself as Lin Yao Tian, and she said that she would not let him go through the test. Benda Miao and Main Kanji were also glad to his appearance. The guy was in shock and could not understand why he was so strong. The guy lost Kanji, and now he listened to that he would owe him 10 million liang of silver and would also be his servant in ruins. The guy agreed to pass the ruins. Main Kanji showed him a drawing of grass that they are looking for and said that if he finds it, the debt is cancelled. Before they had time to finish the conversation, the new 3 who wanted to prevent the master have a selection appeared. When Mr. Man refused to give up, they threatened him that now to deal with him in a bad way. but they were waiting for the same fate as the first guy. And Kanji continued to get glasses. All three sat on his knees in front of Mr. Man and listened to the same conditions as the first guy. Then Kanji was tired of repeating, and he shifted it to Lena. And the demon watched how the fruits of their investment looked. The first guy shouted at three that now they became servants of Mr. Man in these ruins. He showed them a drawing and said that if they find Binguat Sao, then their duty will be written off. The line was surprised that he feels good doing this work, and gave three guys to sign a contract. The guys began to guess that they were deceived by the Main brothers. Meanwhile, the ruins in the city of Xianshan have already been passed. This year it was very easy to choose them. In the past times, to find ruins, it was necessary to look well. The girl thanked the guy for the salvation from the skeletons. He said that it was him. After all, if someone dies in the selection process, it will be very bad. The girl asked the guy what it was, and he replied that this was just an altar created in order to isolate the core of the ruins and seal the threat. The girl lowered her eyes and thought that the aura seemed very familiar to her. The monks flew in the sky on their swords, and one of them said that if he calculated everything correctly, then 2 days later the gates of the forbidden immortal emperor will be the weakest. The Minshao ordered the leaders to guide the central region of the ruins. One of the monks created a seal in the air, calling it the flowering of life. Main Kanji and Bendamuao passed farther into the depths, but Bingu Tsao did not find. The guy offered to have fun somehow while they were looking for grass, and the demon was too scared by skeletons. She said that she did not imagine how the guy was going to have fun with someone here, and Kanji felt that someone was approaching them. Changi saw Mr. Gai Hai and said that he would not even have to look. After all, he already came to him himself. The guy realized that he could collect many points from this guy. Mr. Gai Hai noticed that the further you go, the stronger the monsters. It's good that he thought about it in advance. Suddenly, Gui Hai heard him called. To his surprise, it was the voice of Main Kanji. He stood on the ledge of the mountain, and he suggested that he destroy his jade pendant, so he could win. Mr. Gai Hai was surprised that the guy went so far, but he did not give up the offer. At that moment, a whole army appeared behind him. He said that all these people of the third level of force. Changi, who was at the peak of the third level, will not be able to defeat them. Benda Miao got angry that they were going to attack a crowd, but the guy was amused by the fact that Gai Hai was completely weakened. He said that the lack of qi is a big problem and asked him to consult with Dr. Li. Changi asked how he could help. Gai Hai got angry and said that if he thinks that he could find his shortcomings, then he is too naive. Main Kanji showed his boredom with all his appearance and said that they needed to try to cope with him. Gai Hai ordered the guys to attack and shouted that in this case his jade pendant would be destroyed. All members of the Gui Hai family were preparing for victory, and the celebration in honor of the disappearance of the main family. Changi said that he would need only one thing to cope immediately with everyone. But all the fighters still rushed at him on the attack from all sides. But the guy did not impress and did not scare at all. He concentrated all the energy in his right hand and then released it. The release of ki energy threw all the attackers from him over a long distance. Even Mr. Gai Hai, who stood beyond all, was demolished by an impulse of this power. The blue lightning of Mr. Main Kanji was visible everywhere around. The eldest son of the family, Gui Hai, could not understand how this happened. He kneeled in one of the QE ditch force created by this ejection. Mr. Main said that the guy would not worry about his subordinates. He used the skill so that not to kill anyone. After all, you need to get glasses, and this can only be done from living people. Mr. Gai Hai began to rise from his knees and asked what tricks Meng Chanji took advantage of. He turned to him and said that the whole secret was in the blow to the release of ki. Naming this skill, there is no skill. But if he wants, he can call it. The realization came to Mr. Gai Hai that it was a normal blow. The eldest son of Gui Hai fell to his knees in front of the son of the main family. And at that moment, Bandamu noticed in one of the holes that Kanji created a flower. They came closer and saw that it was the same bin of Gua Chao that they were looking for. They realized that this grass had to be sought underground. Main Kanji noted that a heavy aura was approaching and doubted whether people could touch this grass. The demon explained that this grass absorbs a lot of qi energy, and its properties depend on the quality of energy. Therefore, an ordinary person will not be able to tear off even the weakest grass. This flower was drinking the energy of a man who died in ruins. Bendamu said that while Changi is concentrated enough to disrupt the bin of Gua Chao will not be problems. When the guy tore the grass, there was a loud roll of thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. Immediately after that, it is not clear where the huge skeleton came from, dressed in armor. The demon asked why this skeleton suddenly came to life and raised its level. The Celestials from the top of Taonan saw something strange in the sky. The blonde explained that this is because of the unstable aura of the ruins. The girl asked what was happening now, and the guy replied to her that the passage of ruins would become more difficult, and the participant was not lucky. He turned to the girl to tell her, not even to think about the secret protection of the future brother. But the girls were not in place again. She seemed to disappear. The girl from the top of Taonan flew in a sword in order to protect her possible younger brother. Men Changi noted that his energy could not directly crush the monster. The demon noticed that it was very high-quality grass. Mr. Gai Hai noted that Main Kanji was attacked by a strange creature. One guy from his team suggested taking advantage of his immobility and win. But Mr. Gai Hai did not like this proposal. He said that Mr. Man was very merciful, and he is an ungrateful man. Gai Hai hurried to the skeleton and shouted that he would return the duty of Meng Chanji and save him. Main Kanji saw the intention of Mr. Gai Hai, grinned, and made his move. He struck an ordinary blow with an enhanced concentration on the hand of the skeleton. Bendamu praised him for quick wits. Besides, they again received glasses. The demon noticed that the grass collected no longer has a dark aura and any can eat it. Changji turned and asked Gai Hai what he said, but he began to deny and said that it is not important. Main Kanji hugged him and said that Mr. Gai Hai was very moral. He asked him if he wanted to do him a favor, and Gai Hai agreed. Since the monsters in the ruins became much stronger, the number of people who were eliminated increased sharply. Mr. Gai Hai stood in front of the second son of the Main family and talked about their bets, and also handed Bin Jiu Tsao. Main Chanmin was very glad that his father would be saved, and Fubo was interested in Gai Hai as Mr. Main was doing. A whole group of skeletons attacked a team of participants, and they were not sure that they would cope with them. They were saved by the appearance of Mr. G, who in an instant turned with all the skeletons and asked about whether they were in order. The group thanked him for the salvation, and they all said that they would never forget his kindness. Mr. G smiled softly and said that they all should help each other. And he himself thought that this test is a great opportunity to buy people's hearts. Suddenly, one guy from the group noticed something strange and showed there. Those present turned their eyes. There was a huge skeleton in armor and with a huge sword. The guys were shocked that this skeleton had excellent armor. They thought he was a general. Then they saw that there was someone there, and these people are united for battle. Someone said that the best way to resist fear is to overcome it. A group of guys recognized this voice. He belonged to Main Kanji, his jerk Lin Yao Tian, while the guy was driving in this chair and fanned by a fan. A group of people rushed on an attack on a huge skeleton with shouts for Mr. Kanji and for Mr. Gai Hui. Mr. G was surprised that Changi managed to conquer so many people before him. The demon admired that Shinji simply pretended to be disabled and received so many points. In addition, he did not even have to fight. He received a notification that the secret task was completed and unlocking the mission, Harmony, Immortal. Main Kanji and Benda Muao were upset that loading was required to unlock. The huge skeleton was defeated, but something began to happen. The guys whispered among themselves and tried to understand what had happened for the changes. Main Kanji suddenly felt anxiously, and Lin Yao Tian and Jojo looked upstairs. A red huge eye began to appear in the sky. The feeling was familiar with Benda Miao. Was it a demon of heaven? All people in shock considered an incomprehensible object that suddenly appeared in the sky. Main Kanji said that the original owner of this body has never heard of such a demon. Jojo explained that he existed in distant antiquity. The demons said that they have no blood, no emotions, no flesh, no feelings. They destroy everything that falls on their eyes, and the munition monks are not rivals for them. In those days, countless heroes of the human race sacrificed themselves in battles with the race of demons. And finally, the demons were completely expelled from this world. The guy thought that the elders of Shangqin have a level higher than that of the nun workers, and if they unite, they should cope with the demons of heaven. Jojo said that the demons of heaven are not those who need to provoke. The rest of the people could not understand what was happening. Main Kanji recalled that ordinary people do not know who the demons of heaven are. The demon told him not to worry, because demons will not be able to appear here. But the guy was still worried. After all, they were in ruins, where everything is not so simple. Bendamu explained that although these are ruins, they are connected with the world, and theoretically should reject the demons of heaven. Suddenly, the eye in the sky opened wide and said that the crossing across the border has begun. He said that the gates were opening. Benda Miao said that despite the fact that he will open the portal, still could not enter the ruins. A teleport opened on the ground, and the eye in the sky said that this time, thanks to the strategic thoughtfulness of the gate, they allow you to go across the border. The demon appeared from the teleport, and Bendamu could not understand how possible, and why the demon of heaven was able to break into the world of people. The demon of heaven slowly opened his eyes. He had a bright red color. A whole wave of destructive power formed around him, and the air around was filled with a demonic aura. People began to be demolished in different directions, and no one could understand what was happening and who this person is. Mr. G felt the influence of a demonic aura and realized that a high-class demon had appeared. Main Kanji asked Jojo why the others were looking so closely, and she explained that they are shocked by the power of the energy of Chi Demon. Benda Miao boasted that she was a holy demon who was connected with a guy, and therefore the guy would not be shocked. Suddenly, the guy felt depression, and Jojo was in shock. The guy said that since he still does not know the origin and purpose of this demon, the best choice to hide in the ordinary world and avoid trouble. Benda Miao remembered that there are several fractions of demons, and this one could be her enemy. The demon said that it seems he came on time and a lot of people gathered here. He made great forces to find the best place. The demon extended his hand forward, and strange red energy made all people around harden in place. People were locked in balls. They tried to break the jade pendant, but he did not react in any way. Main Kanji was also in a ball for movement. Jojo said that she hates such a magic. The demon heard someone shouted to him and ordered to stop. He looked at the earth to see who dared to tell him what to do. It was a celestial from the top of Taonan. She said that the demon would not dare to touch anyone while she is here. The demon of heavens at high speed carried past the girl, striking. She stepped back from the sword, and she began to fall, after which she ended up in the same ball as all other people. Main Kanji noted that he had laid the girl with just one blow and wondered if it was possible to stop him at all. Benda Miao said she had no chance, and the demon of heaven sank to the floor. He looked at the place where he stood and said that the aura comes from here, which means here the gates to another world. Fengqi asked if the ruins captured the monsters, and Zhongwu said that when this guy appeared, all the protective magic collapsed. The demon looked at the arriving monks while he towered above them. He said that among them there is not even the oldest high level, and they may not even try to interfere with him. The demon was determined to take one thing, and he concentrated his Kui energy at his fingertips. And then he released her all towards the monks who silently watched it. The monks shouted that the airflow was too strong. They were blown away and no one could resist. Main Kanji noted that these monks even could not withstand the attack together, so maybe a girl from the top of Taonan was not so bad. Ben Damu asked what to do next, and the guys said that the demon plans to use people for something, so their lives, so far nothing threatens. Main Kanji thought there were special conditions for entering the ruin core. If this was so, then they had the opportunity to implement his plan. Fengqi stood on his feet after this attack and noticed that Zhongwu did it too. The third monk used his sword-raising technique, and he tried to attack the demon with the help of his swords. The demon of heaven asked if they really want to save the people whom he gathered. He said that it was quite furious, but weakly. Zhongwu and Fengqi began to scream from behind, so that he would not forget that they had not yet attacked. Fengqi used the image of Dharma. The demon of heaven looked at this and did not look impressive. Fengqi shouted Min Shao so that he saved people, while he and Zhongwu detained the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon with neglect in his eyes looked at the attempts of people, and he called them worms. But then he noticed that the technique of Zhongwu was really able to break through the barrier and absorb his physical strength. The monk of the top Mei Yin asked him not to underestimate the human race, because I am such a large beast as it is on their teeth. The demon, with one movement of the hand, was dispelled by the technique of Yongwu, who was connected. Now it was the turn of the Feng Qi to show the power of his technique, and with all his strength, it hit the demon of heaven. While they fought, Ming Shao freed one person after another. He was going to use another technique, but the guy could not finish her. Min Shao heard the voice of the demon, who said that these three were really talented. So he uses black magic. Min Shao and his sword seem to be constrained by chains. The demon said that he has a business, and he does not like to do meaningless things. Iron chains of black magic hung everywhere around the demon of heaven. Zhongwu and Fengqi were also chained. The demon said that he did not want to repeat what was said because it was stupid. Benda Miao was indignant that this guy really knows the secret magic of Saint Demon, which is passed down from generation to generation. The guy asked him too, he was also a holy demon, but Jojo said that the holy demon can be only one. Most likely this demon is his descendant. Main Kanji asked why, if the demon had made so much noise beast Jenglin, the ruins guarding the land did not come out. Jojo explained that it was because the beast will not be able to contrast something for this guy. The demon of heaven touched the gate, and a bunch of symbols appeared on them. The guy noticed that he seemed to decipher something. Main Kanji noted that something was wrong with Jojo. She seemed to be hypnotized and looked at the gates. She read that the immortal emperor of the gate is open to those who showed their courage in exchange for. Bendamu turned to the guy and said that she was very embarrassed when he was looking at her. The heavenly demon finished the decoding and said that the human race should be represented as the key. He turned to all the people he gathered, and he said that he would use them as keys. Main Kanji noted that what the demon read and what Jojo read is very different. The demon of heaven freed one man from the trap, and with the help of dark energy made him go to the gates. Then he made him attach his hands to the wall, which were gates. Threw the guy as if the current blow passed with a huge force. He screamed, and then he fell to the ground. He was still breathing, but his injuries were too serious for life. The demon was disappointed that he did not last even a second. And I understood how good it is that he has many people who can be used. The Celestials shouted and asked to use them instead of ordinary people. But the demon told them that they are no longer people and would not work like the keys. He will simply continue to open the door until she does not have enough people. People in traps shouted from hopelessness and asked someone to come to their aid. Bendamu noticed that there was a powerful seal on the gates, and even Ming Chanji could not cope with them. The guy asked why the demon still did not find her, and Jojo said that she has only a soul, so no one notices her. They looked that before unlocking the new skill, Harmony Immortal, there were 10%. Near the gate, people continued to die. Changi noticed that calling for new people, the demon was not moving. The guy thought that if the name of the skill is immortal, then it may be associated with the restoration or strengthening of his body. He realized that he would have to take a chance. The heavenly demon was going to use several people at a time to speed up the process of opening the gate. Main Kanji shouted to the heavenly demon that he was too brave. He said that the rebirth of the Emperor of Celestials here should not be allowed to continue to ugly. People looked back at Main Kanji, asking for a question of the Emperor of Celestials. The Celestials of Fengqi and Zhongwu also did not understand what kind of rebirth of the Emperor of Celestials. Jojo was angry with incoming glasses, asked the system to load faster. 91% was loaded. The demon of heaven asked what he was talking about and pointed out that in the body of this guy there is not a trace of strong chi energy. The guy said that the phrase about the emperor, which he uttered, complete nonsense, but it is useless to use weaklings to open the door. The demon of heaven needs to find the strongest who will give the result. Mr. G decided that Main Kanji was crazy. He thought that the guy was trying to distract the attention of the demon to him. Lin Yao Tian decided that Main Kanji was trying to intercede for them, and he burst into tears, rejoicing that he followed the right person. Main Kanji continued to say that now there is a rare person who could call a phantom in the city. The demon of heaven thought over his words and admitted that they definitely make sense. Main Kanji said that everyone had already guessed who he was about. This man was Wujin Gui Hai, the eldest son of the Hai family. People in traps did not understand what was happening, and why the guy was talking about Wujin Gui Hai. Fengqi shouted at the guy how this man from the main family dares to get out with his brother. Zhongwu tried to calm him down. The demon of heaven flew closer to the trap in which Main Kanji himself was, and the demon of heaven asked the guy where then he would find this Wujin Gui Hai. Main Kanji admitted that this person is already outside the ruins, and for this reason if he wants to go beyond the ruins. The heavenly demon doubted in his words, and he asked if this strange man was deceiving him. The guy scared at him, and he said that although the demon of heaven is strong, his mental abilities leave much to be desired. Finally, the mission of Harmony Immortal was unlocked. It turned out that she would spend glasses for healing wounds, and works up to a return from the dead. Main Kanji kneed his hands and asked what he should now do with the demon of heaven. The heavenly demon said that it was pointless because, as if Main Kanji did not fight, everything will be in vain. Main Kanji broke the trap in which he was and concentrated his energy in his palms. The guy rushed to the attack on the demon of heaven, and he only contemptuously looked at him as if the guy was just an ant. Main Kanji attacked with all his strength that he had, additionally directing to the demons of swords. But the heavenly demon only raised his right hand and said that it was too weak. In the next instant, the eldest son of the family of Main Kanji was already flying down. He did not even understand how this happened. All that was left to do is only to group in flight and hope for a soft landing. which did not follow because he fell with deafening force directly to the ground and raised a huge column of dust. Jojo panicked because more than 1,000 points for recovery were used, but the effect was too small to restore health completely. The guy asked Jojo not to rush with a complete cure. Bendamu asked why he did not want to be healed completely. Main Kanji explained that the words that he was going to say in this state should have sounded more convincing for the rest. The heavenly demon was surprised that the mortal is still alive after such a blow, but he noticed that now he should understand that all his actions were absolutely meaningless. The guy rose from the floor, his whole body trembled, and he shouted that it would never be pointless. He looked directly at the heaven demon and said that one day a great man said that the anthem of mankind is a hymn to courage. The courage is the essence of everything. Those who were in the ruins looked at Meng Chanji in shock, and he continued to say that courage is a talent that exists not only among the elect. Courage is not an acquired skill that requires hard work. He said that every person in the world has this in the heart. People in traps with bated breath listened to his speech. Main Kanji gathered his strength, and as if he was preparing for a fight, he said again, courage. Then he was surely straightened and stated that she forces her to protect expensive things, even if it is dangerous. They will fight to the end. Therefore, it will never be pointless. People in traps caught fire when they heard such a speech. They realized that they could not just take and give up. People began to inspire each other. After all, even if those mortals who have not yet built the foundation did not give up, how they could surrender to those who had a higher level. The heavenly demon looked at them down and said that the ants found the strength to free themselves and could still resist. He again used his strength and sealed people back into traps. He said that no matter how many ants were collected, they still remained just ants. The seal on the gates began to be activated around Meng Chanji. The guy told Jojo that he was planning this, but then he felt terrible pain. Jojo noticed that the seal attacks Main Kanji's soul, completely ignoring Bendamu. People who were in traps again watched all this and were very worried about the craftsman of Changi. The demon of heaven looked at it, and he said that he did not think that with such an injury, the guy could activate the seal of the door, but his strength was not enough. Main Kanji was going to take advantage of the fact that the demon of heaven misunderstood the situation. Jojo said that it was too dangerous, and she was afraid that he would not stand such a strong attack on the soul. A lot of lightning appeared around again. The heavenly demon noticed that this key is equal in strength to the spirit of so many people, and it became interesting to him whether he could remove the seal from the door. Lightning became more and more, and they were more and more. The guy ended his strength, and he called the experiencing Jojo. With a smile on his lips, he asked her to wake him if he fell asleep. And he asked his demon not to worry. After all, he had the skill of harmony immortal. Jojo called Main Kanji with tears in the eyes of the departing Chents. At that moment, she felt something strange. Her whole body was as if it was electrified. And the next moment, she has already turned into her image of a beautiful girl. She stood behind him and hugged him by the shoulders. She called him by name. The demon hugged him as much as she could, as if trying to protect him from all this pain. Golden lightning bounced from the gate, and everything around was blinded by a bright gold outbreak from the explosion. The guy was all in blood and abrasions. He looked at Jojo, who still hugged him by the shoulders. She looked with tenderness at Meng Chanji and pulled away a little from him. After that, the demon turned into a cat again. The guy did not immediately understand what happened. Bendamu examined Main Kanji and rejoiced that he was fine. The guy was surprised that Jojo did not notice anything. Their attention attracted as someone shouted that the door opened. Main Kanji looked at the opening gates and understood that Jojo was right, and only a worthy person could enter them. The heavenly demon was delighted when he saw that the door was open. He decided that this was a success and was about to enter. But from the tunnel which was in the gates, strange energy began to come. Fengqi noted that this aura was able to remove the shackles of black magic. Zhongwu suggested that there was a legendary spirit inside. The demon of heaven turned to the gates. He asked if this is really the voice of the spirit. A huge animal came out of the gate, which was called a sacred animal 1,000 feathers. This animal attacked the demon of heaven. The demon said that the thing that is inside belongs to his clan, and he does not dare to stop him. At that moment, when a lion with wings jumped out of the door, which could, along with the demon of heaven, traps disappeared. Zhongwu began to indicate a way out of ruins to all people, and take it out of the ruins as many people as possible. And Fengqi ordered the healthy to take away the wounded and do it as quickly as possible. The heavenly demon beat off the attack of the beast, and he said that letting the human race out the door is extremely ridiculous. Now the heavenly demon was absolutely serious, and released even more to his overwhelming demonic aura. She fell upon all the people who were below, and the Celestials noticed that now the aura of the demon is much stronger than before. People completely pressed to the ground, and they had the feeling as if all the bones would break now. Bendamu asked why the guy did not enter the door. Main Kanji said that a reckless act can ruin everything. The winged lion and heavenly demon fought in the air using all their forces. Suddenly a strong wind appeared, which began to pick up people. Zhongwu asked not to resist and explained that it was the wind of exile. He would throw out all of the ruins. While people were taken out of the ruins, a terrible battle took place in the sky. Main Kanji realized that the beast would really not let people go inside. Bendamu did not want her to take her away with this wind again. The guy gathered his strength and ordered Jojo to move now. They jumped, evading the wind of exile, and the demon was very happy about this. When they were on the ground near the gate, they got glasses and did not understand why. Main Kanji turned his head and saw what he did not expect. There was a girl who previously tried to find someone among people. They met with a look. The girl transferred him to another place. Main Kanji felt a demonic aura, but it was not the aura of Saint Demon. Was there one more demon here? The girl spoke that the Emperor of Immortality is inside and she acquires physical shape. She said that since the beast did not have the strength to stop this boy, now the right time. Before the guy stood a beautiful girl with blue eyes and purple hair. She asked if he had some business to her. The guy said that he did not understand what kind of sister is talking about, although he did not feel a demonic aura from her. She studied the more strange aura. The girl began to quickly approach the older son of the main family. The girl touched the guy by the cheek and said that if he was able to open the doors in him is power, and the seal of the emperor can also be removed by him. Main Kanji realized that he could not control chi energy after touching it. Benda Miao wondered why this technique was so familiar to her. The girl did not understand why he could ignore a demonic shock, and the guy told her that everything was because he is the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. The girl was upset and said that their time was coming to an end. She pulled away from him and said that the guy was talking too much and at least she likes how his voice sounds now. The girl asked the guy to follow him, because the danger of Emperor Guju is not what he could handle on his own. The guy could move again, and Jojo said that while they follow the girl and then look at the situation. They walked in a place that was called the residence of Emperor Guju, but it was more like a battlefield. The girl said that the former residence of the emperor was never a fabulous cave, and here is only a fragment of the memory of a large liar. The guy asked Jojo what a fragment of memory. She replied to him that the level of the emperor was high, and with one fragment of memory he could destroy reality. Benda Miao said that these ruins were initially not like that. Namely, the emperor's fragment filled everything with bones and evil spirits. The girl reached some strange wall. She stopped in front of her and said that they were in place. Bendamu said that a system fragment was feeling nearby, and Main Kanji noticed that a thick fog was ahead. They stood next to some kind of huge building. The guy suggested that it was a monument. He asked the girl if this is a stone monument, then he should be erected in honor of something. But then why there is not a word on it? The girl replied that this happened because the big liar knew that he had no face to record the facts. Main Kanji noted that the girl constantly calls the emperor a big and liar, and he asked if she was with this emperor. The girl turned to him and said that being too curious could be dangerous. Jojo said that if the emperor lived thousands of years ago, and this girl knew him, so she is super old. But the guy noticed that she did not complain about her age. The girl created a shimmering ball between her hands and said, "Dark Magic, a treatise of the Yellow Emperor about the inner." She put this ball to the ground and a huge seal appeared, and the girl ordered to open. A passage appeared and the staircase led down. Jojo noticed that the reaction became stronger and the system fragment is precisely lower. The girl held out her hand and said that if he does not want to get lost, then let her always stay next to her. The guy was ready to follow her, even if he had a chance to escape below, but he did not know if the system would receive then. Meanwhile, the battle between the Winged Duma and Demon of Heaven continued outside. The beast stood opposite the demon and told him that he did not think that such a strong rival would appear in this era. The Demon of Heaven said that their clan had never forgotten the hatred of the gods' exile into the void, and this beast chose to become a guard. A shame. The beast told him that he also heard something about him, but this is not a reason to unite forces with heavenly demons. The beast said that the essence of the demons of heaven is chaos, deception, and destruction, nothing more. The guy turned away from the beast, closed his eyes, and then said that only demons could save them. The girl and main kanji were like in some kind of dungeon. She led him down the steps deeper. Benda Meow said that he does not like such a gloomy atmosphere. And the guy told her that she was a demon. They stood at a crossroads opposite 3 different dark caves. The girl closed her eyes and said, "A mountain wind, a gloomy lake," the 3rd line of the divine word. And then she pointed to one of the aisles and said that they needed to go down. Main kanji noted that all the directions in which they follow are selected in a strange way. Benda Meow said she chooses him with spells. The guy said that the road does not look dangerous. And Jojo said that besides the large concentration of the aura, he did not notice anything here. Main kanji said Bandamu that they need to try. And the demon asked what they need to try. The next moment, main kanji threw off the bone from the steps. She turned into 1,000 fragments, and Jojo noticed that they really should not run. The girl turned to the guy and asked what happened to him. Men Changi told her that he had stumbled on the skull and he drove down. The girl winked at the guy and said that he was better off to go nearby. Otherwise, she will not be able to help if the limiter works. The guy asked, is it really all that his sister wants is that he walks nearby? The girl continued to go ahead and said that it was good that he understood it. Main kanji was delighted and asked her what she wants to say. Then he jumped and flew towards the girl. He was behind her, winked at her, and said that his sister had done this for her brother. As a reward, he received a point. The girl turned in surprise at him and asked what he was doing. And she herself could not understand how he ignored her barrier. The guy continued to cling to the girl and said that it was so dangerous here, so he would press more tightly. The demon defeated the huge general of the skeleton with one movement of the hand. The demon was irritated. These ants are very weak but constantly reborn, and this is very annoying. The Eye of the Sky said that if he could not cope, he will be sent back for thousands of years. The demon was annoyed and said that people just like stupid tricks. The demon stopped and said that he would listen to the advice of heavenly demons. He wanted to leave this place. Then behind the demon, a huge red eye appeared. They went downstairs and the guy thought that Jojo was right about the key to remove the spell. The guy was delighted that the doors below were not as strong as outside. Benda Meow said they simply check for human identity. After the guy touched the door, they began to open. A sculpture towered in front of them, and in the center there was a strange ball. The girl looked at him and said that she was really here. Main kanji asked what was in this precious stone. And the demon said that she had the feeling that it was a systemic fragment. They realized that this was what they needed, but they noticed that the girl had already grabbed his first. When the girl was holding a stone in her hand, strong energy began to appear around. She held him in her hands and everything around was orange, and the girl could not believe. She screamed that a big liar hid him from her. Everything around was blurred. She shouted the curse and seemed to evaporate in the air. Bendamu explained that this teleportation spell is installed on a stone. It is worth touching him, and it teleports you to another place. Jojo said that until it works, it is impossible to find it, and the guy realized that the one who installed the trap wants to play. The guy asked how to get around or take a spell. Benda Meow said that she knows the way, but all the spells can only be used after the foundation is built. Suddenly, the guy felt something strange, and he could not believe that this was really what he was thinking about. Jojo felt the aura of the demon and panicked, but the guy reassured her when he said that they did not have to fight with him. Changi said that their companion was not weak but still fell into a trap. Jojo was interested in what he was going to do. The demon was walking along the dungeon when the red eye said that the protection would become stronger and soon they can do it. But the holy demon did not listen to the warning and said that he was simply told where to move on. The eye said that they need to go straight and there will be a precious thing of the demon clan, but advised me to be more careful. When they reached the end of the corridor, they saw that the door to the right room was open, but they did not know who was inside. The demon could not believe that someone else managed to overtake him and had already taken the first steps. The man flew into the room and decided that this is not important, because no one except him could get a precious thing. The demon landed on the floor and heard someone else's voice, who said that he was waiting for another guest. The man asked how a man penetrated here, and Kanji calmly sat with his eyes closed and held the jewel in his hands. The demon did not receive an answer and decided that it was not important. But he decided that a person deserved a punishment for taking a thing of demons. The demon directed a demonic shock towards Kanji, but the guy remained sitting still and remained calm. Jojlu laughed joyfully and said that such an attack could harm an ordinary person, but not Kanji. The guy continued to sit with his eyes closed and asked the demon what he sees and whether Kanji is a man. The demon saw that the demonic shock did not work on this man and began to prepare for another attack. Several seals appeared around him, and a sword of demonic energy formed in his hand. It was his secret magic. Changji sat next to the precious thing, and there were protective spells around him. Jojo shouted that the demon was approaching. The guy reassured her and said that the spell left by the Emperor should be indestructible, but he was worried. The protective seal worked, and the demon's attack turned into a light purple substance. But, despite the fact that the defense worked, black magic continued to try to harm for some time. The guy noticed that, despite the protection of the stone, the heat around was enough to fry a person. So it was painful. But Kanji was glad that the system worked stably, and Jojo immediately restored him, although she complained about spent glasses. The demon said that even 1,000 feathers could not resist this skill, but despite the uniqueness of a person, he would be destroyed. Changi said that he was a man only in the eyes of the demon, but in fact he is not a man, and the secret of heaven for him a foggy cloud. The guy told the demon that he was an immortal emperor, a ray of light, carrying justice in the world. The man thought about the fact that the guy could really be a projection of the emperor, but asked why he looks like a man. Changi said that he did not care about the appearance, so his image in the eyes of the demon is the devil in his heart. The demon looked at the floor and thought about, was that boy could touch him so much? Benda Miao was delighted when I understood the guy's plan, and Kanji told the demon that his heart knew everything. Changi thought that the demon was stupid, although strong, and Jojo thought she was stronger and smarter than their enemy. The guy recalled that Jojo wanted to take a spell from the stone, but it turned out that they now did not have enough points. Changji looked at the demon, who still decided to destroy him, and asked if he would be suitable as free labor. The guy said that he was here to wait for those who are destined to accept his heritage, and he asked if the demon was ready for the test. The holy demon calmed down when he realized that the emperor was not going to interfere with him, and agreed to the test. Changi confirmed that he was not going to stop the demon, and the precious thing after the test would be with him. The demon bowed, and Benda Miu began to think about what they could do if someone uses black magic. Jocho said that the spell on the rune of Bagua Mitsi, which grows into the Lang Yi Zahua, and it is difficult to notice him. These spells had a high level. Changi looked at the precious thing and thought about the words of Jojo. Benda Miao explained that after a certain level, a person can read spells, and the higher the level, the stronger they are. And to speak easier, only the monks of the level of Shangmin, knowing immortality through training, can master Bagua Mizi. And in order to take possession of the Langa Yi Zawa spell, you need to understand the law of the sky and the earth. And only those who have reached the level of immortal have the opportunity to comprehend the highest kingdom. Changi realized that at this stage he could not remove the spell, and Jojo said that a worthy heir could pass him. The holy demon stood up and asked the emperor what the test is that he should pass. Benda Miao panicked and said that she was not ready yet, but Kanji said that he himself would pull time. Main Kanji looked at the holy demon with a serious face and asked how he thinks why the test had not yet begun. The holy demon was a little surprised when he heard this question, and then he thought on the words of the immortal emperor. The man realized that he needed to think a little and wait a bit, and just sat down and began to wait. Bendamu could not believe that such a strange and easy question was enough to distract the demon. The guy recalled that he was considered an emperor, and the question could also be a test, so the demon is ready to wait. A small amount of time passed when Jojo said Changi that she was already ready. Benda Miu asked if the guy wanted the demon to sit a little more before starting, and the guy confirmed it. Later, Kanji again became serious and asked Saint Demon how many years he had been waiting. The demon opened his eyes when he heard a question and began to think about his answer. From the moment he sat down, a little time passed. But should he answer that 10,000 years like a moment? But the demon was worried that this was the wrong answer. After that, Kanji began to applaud and told the demon that this was the correct answer, and he went through the first test. The holy demon was very surprised and did not understand how he could correctly answer. He said that he did not even say a word. Chanji looked at him carefully and said that he did not see the point of worrying if the demon had already answered in his soul. The holy demon realized that the emperor was reading his thoughts and thought that it was truly a great power, and in front of him he was like a child. The system notified that they earned 1 point. Bendamu could not believe that so little, but the guy said that not all. Bendamu said that the musty air stagnates, and the dark aura turns into clean air and spreads in the sky. Joju said that it was necessary to release the power of demons in order to remove the spell, and Kanji asked to show demonic power. The holy demon did not understand why he should show his strength, but decided that he would still try to go through a strange test. The holy demon got up and concentrated on releasing the demonic power as quickly as possible. Benda Miao was sure that the holy demon was perfect to remove the spell from the precious thing. For the second step, it was necessary that the aura subsided, and the guy asked if the demon was restless in his heart. The holy demon noticed that his power was too great, and his heart is not calm, so the power was raging. The demon decided to pacify his strength. After that, it was necessary to clean the air, and Changi asked if the heart of the holy demon or the wind was raging. Joju said that the last step is to determine the aura and transform it into force. Therefore, Kanji said that he understood everything, and asked if the aura became his strength, or whether strength became his aura. The room began to fall apart. Stones and various wooden beams fell to the floor with a loud roar. At this moment, a change in reality began in the room, and a foreign aura and a sign appeared on the floor. Benda Miao was glad that they would soon remove the spell and receive a fragment, and at that moment Kanji felt a strange aura. The holy demon also felt a foreign aura appeared in the room, and he soon saw to whom she belonged. Under the ceiling, the holy demon saw another demon with huge paws and scales and long claws. The elevation on which Kanji was sitting next to the precious thing of the demons was collapsed, and they began to fall. And then a girl appeared in the room, who led Kanji in the dungeon, and she said that he would not forget about her. The girl towered under the ceiling and looked at the holy demon down. She had to cover her breasts, and also the girl covered her hips because her clothes exploded because of her past image. The holy demon looked at the girl that appeared with a slight tension and irritation. The girl thought about how this demon broke through the defense and somehow kept Changi's life. The holy demon thought that in front of him is another part of the test in the form of a phantom, although the aura was stronger. Benda Miao asked what to do when the girl returned, and Kanji was interested in doing whether she was handling a demon. Jojo said that the girl is the ancestor of the demon of a particular clan, and the guy was interested in how they were attracted by the treasure. The system found a fragment and asked whether the merger began to begin, and warned that after the ruins they would close, and Joe agreed to improve. The guy heard that later they would be returned to the world and worried about the demons, but Jojo said that everyone will return to his world. Kanji decided that the treasury was a fragment of the system, and the stone was just a carrier, and Benda Miao thought she was amazing. Jojo said that the merger would take a little time and asked what the guy would do. Changi decided that he would no longer pretend. Benda Miao said that she does not know what this is connected with, but she is already sorry for these demons. Changi greeted the girl and shouted that he followed her instructions and finally waited. The girl turned a confused look at Kanji and could not understand what the guy suddenly spoke of. The holy demon was angry when he realized that he had been deceived all this time, and in fact they are at the same time. The system received a point, and Changi said that he would give the relic if it would help stop the holy demon. The holy demon was furious. He screamed and asked how this man dared to deceive him. Around the demon there was more and more demonic aura. The holy demon shouted that Changi would destroy. And after that, the technique of thousands of hands, which consisted of dark magic, headed for the guy. Joju shouted that they would not survive this attack, and the guy said that she would not be nervous. After these words, a demon appeared in front of them, who defended the guy from a deadly attack. She folded her hands and began to concentrate her spiritual power in order to create a counterattack. After that, a huge magic heavenly dragon appeared in front of them, and Kanji says they came to their aid. Benda Miao was surprised that the girl decided to save Kanji, and the guy said that he was holding her treasure, and this is in her interests. The girl turned to the guy and asked how he could touch the stone. This confirmed that the girl does not know if the spell was removed, and it will continue to protect them. The holy demon asked why the girl stops him, if also a demon. The girl had to turn away from the guy without waiting for an answer because the holy demon attacked again. She had to defend herself, and she was displeased that she could not ask a person because of such a strong attack. Benda Miao said that the merger was almost over, and Kanji told her that for them, this is a great time. The system announced that the loading was completed, and Meng Chanji was prepared to move to his world. The guy got up from his place and threw a relic belonging to the immortal emperor towards the girl. The holy demon and the girl continued their confrontation when the girl heard Kanji scream and saw a flying ball. The holy demon looked around and realized that the ruins around them were beginning to fall apart. The girl held the ball in her hands and thought that, despite the fact that the relic was with her, but inside the stone is empty. Benda Meow realized that the guy made demons curse among themselves, so that in their worlds, they would not think about him. The holy demon rushed at the girl while the ruins were still intact and shouted to give him a treasure. And the girl hung in the air and held the ball in her hand right in front of her and did not try to run away. At that moment, Kanji was in his world and realized that this scene was the last that he had seen in the ruins. Bendamu felt a surge of strength when the system unlocked Harmony, ruthless, and Harmony, faceless. And Kanji sat on the column and was glad that with such ease he earned 2 additional points at once. Harmony. A faceless can make any chosen object invisible, but continuously spends glasses. Changi said that this skill is useful and ideally suits such an honest and restrained person like him. The guy asked what was the meaning of the second skill, but Jojo said she did not know, and it seems that the system had broken. Changi asked, Jojo did not pay attention, and the demon said that most likely the system would soon return to normal. The guy decided that it was time to go downstairs, but when he looked down, he noticed the oddities. Bendamu asked what happened, and then the guy said that people looked like they had just got out of the ruins. And the demon decided that the time and measurements differs very much. Changi decided that now is a great time to try out the skill of facelessness and jumped from the column. The guy landed behind the crowd of people. The land of the floor went to him with cracks, but no one turned. Benda Meow was enough that none of the people even suspected that Kanji was nearby. Fubo and Changmin searched in the crowd of Changi's people, and the invisible guy found out that his touch remained unnoticed. But Bendamu said that during touch, for some reason, the consumption of glasses increases dramatically. Changji suggested that this was due to the fact that the preservation of invisibility was more forces, and decided that it was reasonable. After that, they decided that the experiment can be considered completed and disable the use of the skill. Benda Meow turned off the skill and Kanji appeared behind his brother and greeted him loudly. Changmin was very scared and shouted and added a point. He asked the guy when he managed to appear and stole unnoticed. Fengqi said that it was dangerous, but it all ended thanks to the spirit. But Youngwoo was sure that it was too early to relax. Min Xiao asked people not to worry and said that they had already given a sign, and the elder appeared personally. Changmin said that he had already handed the grass to Dr. Li, and it was possible when they return, his father will be in order. Changji stroked his brother on the head and thought that he had done a good job, and thanks to him, he unlocked the immortal skill in time. The second son of Main's family was very embarrassed and shouted that Changi would not stroke his head. But Kanji is distracted. A seal appears in the sky. Soon the analysis of the parameters was completed and the movement begins. Benda Meow panicked when she realized that a high-level monk was coming to them. But the guy asked her not to worry, and he said that they could use the faceless skill on it, and Jojo realized that she could no longer be afraid. Bendamu tried to make an awesome face. She talked about how great she was, but she did not manage to finish because she felt pain. And Kanji said that she was the most intimidated faceless. A bright ray of blue light directed to the ground appeared from the press in the sky and the movement was completed. The beam disappeared and a girl appeared in front of people who was the elder of law enforcement agencies, Wei Zhaohua. Main Kanji noted that no aura comes from the girl, unlike the holy demon. The demon relaxed when the monk did not scan. Min Xiao bowed to the teacher and began to say that he was very ashamed of the fact that he could not hold the gate. The teacher said that the holy demon is too strong the enemy, and the best decision of Min Xiao was to retreat and call the teacher. The girl's bottom of the girl caught fire, bright blue light, and she realized that the ruins were completely closed. Feng Qi was worried and asked if the holy demon came out of them. Zhongwu was worried that the demon was already hiding here for the attack. The girl focused, and the light in her hand began to burn brighter. The girl began to scan the area. Changi asked Benda Meow to use the skill, but the demon has already done it, and Changmin tried to understand what kind of light. The girl finished scanning all those present, and her gaze focused on an unusual aura. The elder jumped and took off into the sky. She was surrounded by bright blue light, like a comet. When the girl took off high enough, she stopped and began to consider people to find the source of the aura. She thought she felt the presence of the holy demon, but the scan did not find anything. Benda Mu breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that the dumb was scared, and Kanji said that he was leaving too many points. Shoju saw that the glasses would end soon and decided that she was ending, and Kanji said that he would find a way to earn glasses. The girl understood that the holy demon was clearly here, but the skill did not find anything, and the girl thought he was hiding. The elder knew that she had no choice, and decided to use another spell. A huge sword appeared behind her, and a barrier appeared around people. Some guy began to scream that the appearance of what was happening from the outside disappeared. The walls around people are becoming higher, and it find themselves closed in a limited space behind the barrier. Feng Shi said that everything looks familiar, and asked what the elder was doing. Zhongwu explained that this is a technique to prevent escape. Min Xiao watched his teacher and he was very interested in what the girl was going to do. The elder thought that the result of the divination of Tian Yuan was a demon somewhere here, although the scan did not give anything, but she suspected that he was here. People locked in a barrier began to panic, scream, and cry. They worried that the demon is between them. Changmin asks if the holy demon is so terrible, since everyone is crying. And Kanji said that everything worked out well. Benda Miao was embarrassed and slightly angry. She screamed at the guy so that he would not joke at such a time. The elder ordered the students to use the skill of the heart of the sword, asking Lingen to check the connection with the demon. Min Xiao asks everyone to stand in order to pass the test and assures that if the demon is here, then the elder will find him. Zhongwu is going to check the first person when he hears someone screaming and asking to wait. Changyi said that there really is a demon among them. Benda Miao began to scream so that the guy stopped. All the people were shocked when they heard such a statement from the guy and looked at him in dismay. Changyi received glasses, and the elder was surprised by such a quick result. And then she said that the demon did not even touch him. Changyi began to convince Taitan that he was obsessed with a demon, and Benda Miao beat him to stop him. Min Xiao frowned slightly on a statement of obsession. Feng Qiu did not understand what the guy was doing, and Zhongwu tried not to laugh at how the guy turned to the elder. With the help of this statement, Kanji earned a huge number of points. And Benda Miao realized that it was a guy's plan. The elder went down to the guy and asked if main Kanji really is obsessed with a demon. The guy said that this was his assumption, because he was attacked by a demon and he could leave part of his strength in him. Changi said that he accidentally opened the gate and after that all his injuries instantly healed. Benda Miao got angry that the guy gave her merits to another demon, but the guy asked her not worried. Min Xiao went to the teacher, bowed, and said that all the words of Meng Chanji were true. The elder listened to her student and folded her hands to the seal, and between her palms a yellow light appeared. The elder opened her eyes and they began to burn very brightly with yellow light, and she looked at Kanji. Feng Qi asked why his eyes lit up, and Zhongwu irritably explained to him that this is called the opening of the eyes and the demons not to hide from him. The girl carefully examined the guy, and Benda Miao was very afraid. The guy said that while she used the faceless, everything is fine. The elder said that his body is tarnished with a demon, but the demonic power was very well hidden and not to notice her without eyes. Benda Miao was horrified and decided that this was her end. Changi remained calm and asked the same about Jojo. A sword appeared in the girl's hands, and she said that he would not panic because she could crush power and not harm him. Lightning began to appear in the sky, and the guys raised their heads up with fright to see sharp changes in the weather. Zhongwu hoped that he would not have to explain this skill Feng Qi, and the guy got angry because everyone knew this technique. The elder was preparing to use celestial equipment to destroy demonic power with one blow. Changji began to worry when he realized that there was a demonic power in his body, and the demon was sure that she was the end. The elder's eyes began to glow even brighter, and the light from her eyes illuminated her whole face. The preparation of the elder was successful, and she directed her energy to main Kanji. And the sword flew towards the guy. Benda Miao said that the elder was trying to kill her, but the guy was sure that the girl would help them. The body of main Kanji began to glow in blue light, and a strong wind rose around him. After this hell, a guy appeared the head of a blue dragon. He was the same as the girl of the demon in the dungeon. The dragon's spirit completely left the guy's body and dissolved over him in the air. Changji got into the air during this. The elder finished and said that she collected all the demonic power from Kanji, and he may no longer worry. Benda Miao began to inspect herself and realized what was okay. Changi reminded Jojo that she had no demon's energy. The demon admitted that she was nervous and forgot, but she was interested in another power. It turned out that that woman did it. Benda Miao was angry at the demon, and the system gave them a reward. Favinsai noticed that the speed of absorption of glasses slowed down. The elder said that although she destroyed the force, the guy should not be careless. The girl asked Min Xiao to continue observation and check everything thoroughly. The guy bowed. Feng Qi was surprised that such a strong skill was unable to check everyone at once, and Zhongwu told the guy that he did not understand anything in magic. Benda Miao asked if she needed to use the skill to distract her attention, and the guy thought, Then he looked at the girl and thanked her for the salvation, calling her aunt, and again shocking all the people. Fengqi and Zhongwu could not believe that the guy actually talked with the elder. With this action, the guy was able to get a huge number of points to the system account. The elder carefully looked at the joyful guy while the rest continued to wait for her reaction. But to the surprise of the guys, the elder did not scold Kanji, but simply turned away with a small smile from him. One of the guys asked Ming Xiao whether the master was angry, and the guy said that judging by the expression she admires Kanji. The guy asked why. And Min Xiao explained that he recognized this man, and the master probably did the same. The guy did not understand how they could talk about honor now, but Min Xiao said nothing. Bendamu noticed that they earned more points than they spent, and Kanji said that while these cultivators are nearby, they may not be worried. At this time, in the forbidden zone of sea east of Dongshang, the gates were located on the seabed. The demon girl appeared next to them and realized that she had returned back. It seemed to her that the laws for the isolation of demons began to penetrate the ruins. A goldfish swam to the girl and asked her sister if she was injured. The sea residents were worried about the girl. She said that the fish may not worry and showed a treasure. The fish noticed that the treasure of the first demons looks ordinary. And the demon said that they need to return because they have a lot of things left and cannot be loosened. She thought that she had to study the treasure, and since the guy remained on the guy, she could get out with him later. But just at that moment, the label scattered, and the girl was surprised that the guy could find her so quickly. After a thorough inspection and confirmation of the lack of hostile forces, all those present were allowed to leave. Since the test was interrupted, it was decided to discuss further measures, and this took time. Fubo ruled the horses, and the carriage of the main family went home to see his father during this time. Changi said that the document was not restored, and Jojo complained that the immortal skill could restore everything other than that. Main Changmin noticed a strange paper in his brother's hands and asked what was in his hands. Changi looked at his brother and asked if he wanted to get rich, and shook a piece of paper in front of him. Benda Miao asked if it was possible to sell this thing for Men Chanmin's money, and the guy became interested in this proposal. Changmin asked if this was the paper of the great teaching that the guy found while he was in the ruins. The youngest son of the main family agreed to buy her at a low price and repay it when he earns a lot of money. The carriage of the main family drove past the hill, and a girl was watching from his top. This girl was Dr. Li Feili. She stood on the edge of the hill and carefully watched someone else's wagon. Her assistant asked if the girl came to meet with Kanji, but the doctor said that it makes no sense to meet him. Dr. Li Feili turned away from the carriage and said that it was time for them to go, and the assistant thought that the girl never did anything for no reason. After that, soon the carriage of the main family came to the house and drove through the main gate. The horses stopped when the carriage was in the courtyard of the main family estates, and the guys hit home. Changmin said that he took the grass to the doctor, and she began to finalize the antidote. And Chanuzi called the girl a genius. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice calling them by names and looked towards the sound. Their father stood on the street. His wife held the man by the hand, and they walked towards the boys. Changmin ran to his father and hugged him. He shouted that he was very glad that Dad had finally woke up. Benda Miao said that she could cure him herself. About Kanji was sure that they needed Dr. Li's skills. Changi asked why the girl was not anywhere, and Changmin said that she left immediately after she created the medicine, and her father woke up. Before leaving, Li Faleki left Changji a new bubble with medicine, and Kanji thought that he could now give her glasses. Many people gathered at the tables to celebrate the awakening of the Master of Man and the return of the eldest son. After the banquet, Kanji went to the roof, and they were glad that they were able to get a lot of points for the story about the ruins. Now that Changji's father was healthy, he wanted to take up the search for the one who tried to kill him. Tan Sanbao said that he was provoked by the stepmother, so they had to be pushed face to face and try the elixir that the doctor gave. Changmin boasted his mother with a piece of paper and said that Kanji sold him very cheap to him, and now he would earn money. The day after the celebration in the main family, it was quite quiet and calm. But in the house of the stepmother, she was worried that Kanji would decide to take his accounts. Changmin asked his mother not to worry. Father asked Fubo why Kanji asked them to gather in the early morning, but the servant also did not know the reason for the meeting. Soon Kanji appeared with his assistants and Tan Sanbao. He said that the father should judge this case. His father carefully looked at the guests and asked Changji what care he wanted to judge. Changi said that his wife tried to kill him, hiring a killer and conspired by seizing the property of the main family. Changmin was worried and asked what his brother was talking about and how his mother could threaten his life. The father asked if the guy could be mistaken because his stepmother was completely in such a person. Changi said that he also did not want to believe in it, but he was shown evidence, and he had to believe. The stepmother panicked and shouted that Kanji was saying nonsense, and there could be no evidence, because she was not guilty. Changi asked to bring Tan Senbao closer and asked if his woman would find out. The stepmother said that this person is responsible for collecting tax from suburban villages, and the guy said that she ordered him to commit a murder. The stepmother turned to her husband and began to say that she did not do this and was simply substituted. Tan Bao said that she promised her oldest son that his affairs would go uphill and gave the Jade invaders. Changi said that the main family hardly received Jade Bodhi, and the woman simply gave him as a reward. The man looked at the Jade invaders in the hand of his son, who really belonged to him. Fu Bo talked about the thief, but the man did not listen to the servant to the end and asked him to be silent. He was very angry with his wife. Therefore, he got up from his place and asked Zhou if she could add something in this situation. Changmin ran to the trembling mother and asked his father not to be angry. He said that this was a misunderstanding. Then the guy rushed to Kanji with tears in his eyes and shouted so that his older brother helped him. He fell to his knees and begged not to blame his mother. The guy swore his life that she had nothing to do with it. However, Kanji looked at his younger brother. Bendamu said that the guy is a really naive child. Jotsun ordered her son to get up from her knees with a cry, and Changmin continued to sob. The woman said that she did not expect such meanness from main Kanji, but Changmin was not guilty, and if he was released, she would explain everything. Changi said that he always clearly expresses his feelings, and if Changmin is not guilty, then he will not touch him. Jotsun cried and said that if the guy does not hold back the promise, then she would turn into the spirit and finish him off. The woman opened a bubble and said that she was sorry that she would not see Chanmin's heights. The guy asked what she was doing. Jotsun asked the guy to take care of herself and began to drink substance from the bubble with tears. The guys could not believe that the boss killed his stepmother. Sanbao was pleased that the woman put on herself. Changi said that he wanted this and ordered his subordinates to keep his mouth behind his teeth. On that day, only 4 people knew what happened on the main estate, and at night Sanbao went somewhere. The man at every turn looked around and checked that there was no tail behind him. Changji noted that Sanbao was very careful, and Jojo was happy with their new regime. Suddenly, the system began to notify new glasses, and Bendamuao was surprised. Changji told her that they get them from Changmin. At this time, at the estate of the family, Main Jotsun came to her senses and asked her son to stop crying. Changmin looked at his mother in shock, who looked quite healthy, and asked if she was alive. Jotsun said that she had drank a fake tablet made by Kanji. The man asked his wife to eat soup. Changmin realized that everyone except him knew that everyone was not true, but no one warned him. Jotsun said that they knew that Changmin would not be enough acting skills and decided to keep silent about it. Changmin grabbed his head and shouted that Kanji had spent him again and added many points to the system with these actions. Sanbao knelt down in front of a man and said that the goal was killed and he successfully sowed enmity in the main family. A man in a tigeric mask praised Sanbao and said that the clan of Heavenly Evil would not forget his merits. Changi was a little embarrassed and noticed that the man was very strange to express his gratitude. Bendamu watched what was happening and said that she was very glad that they had finally got an enemy. Bendamiao never heard about the Heavenly Clan of Evil, but the last owner of the body owned such information. Rumors said that in addition to the Gates of Celestials, there is a group of sects that practice special bad methods. These sects were crazy and said that once a clan of Heavenly Evil cut out a whole city under a stranger. Bendamiao was angry and said that in the confrontation with the clan of the Celestials, there was no point in killing mortals. Sanbao recalled that he was promised a reward, and the man said that if he is true to the end, then let him come closer. Sanbao got up and Changi came closer and just in case left Jade invaders. The masked man smiled when Tan Sanbao joyfully walked towards him to get a reward. However, instead of a reward in the hand of a man in a tigeric mask, powerful energy began to gather, and the man hit Tan Sanbao in a bare stomach, causing him very severe damage. In addition, Tan Sanbao threw back very far into the air and his body flew helplessly to the side. Tan Sanbao landed and hit his back against the wall. He asked with all his strength what they did for him. A man in a tigeric mask repeated that Sanbao should always keep secrets for him. Main Kanji nodded and confirmed that only the dead of eternity keep secrets, and everyone knows that. A man in a tigeric mask heard someone else's male voice and turned around in a panic, and he asked who Kanji is. Changi said that a faithful person could keep secrets and remain alive, and the man tried to understand how Kanji could not notice. They earned a point, and the demon noticed that the man knew about the other sense of words, and the guy said that everyone knew the foundations. The man laughed and said that he was not going to kill him himself, but now Kanji himself was to blame, since he got to him. Main Kanji was ready to join the battle and began to create blades around him. The man said that he did not expect from the guy the possession of ki energy, but it is obvious that Kanji did not skillfully control her. Changi winked at him and asked who he said that he was going to attack Ki. Joe called the man naive. Another blade flew past a man in a tigeric mask, while he tried to understand the meaning of other people's words. Suzchina turned around to follow the trajectory of the blade, and what he saw shocked him. Changji, with the help of incredible control of Qi, wrote a message in the sky that here is a master of heavenly evil. Although the man did not understand how the guy could have such a good control, he decided that Kanji was not combat ready. Main Kanji asked if he gave a signal to people from the gates of Celestials, then the man would just run away. The cultivators saw the inscription and flew on swords with questions as a member of heavenly evil penetrated the city. Changi began to tell the man to run so far not too late, since the swords are still in the air. But the man in a tigeric mask rushed into the attack and shouted that he would have enough time, even if he first kills Kanji. Changi used the faceless skill and left the blow, and the man looked into the void and could not understand how this is possible. The cultivators flew up to the indicated place and tried to see a member of the clan of Heavenly Evil when they noticed a man. The man took off the mask and said that he was a follower of Xiang Suofen and came to check the situation. The cultivator began to talk among themselves in an attempt to recall the man and decided that he was from the Shanchen family. The cultivators decided that there was no problem with him, and Shachenji was glad that they were easy to deceive his status. But Changi appeared behind again and said that the cultivators would not listen to the lie of the participant in the clan of Heavenly Evil. Main Kanji said that he did not expect that one of the clan of Heavenly Evil would be a senior member of the Ji family. The cultivators were surprised by the unexpected appearance of Kanji and asked what evidence he had. Benda Miao was not happy that they were not believed, and Kanji said that, in such a situation, it was normal to be careful. Kanrenji bowed and said that a conflict on business soil arose between their families. The man turned to the guy and said that he could really meet the demon, but in a panic to make a mistake. Benda Miao was very angry for slander, but Kanji asked her to calm down as the guy of the elder of the Ji family. But Kanji provided such an option and now pointed to Sanbao and asked if the man saw his death. Kanrenji said that when Sanbao arrived, he was already lying in a place, and his killer most likely was a clan of Heavenly Evil. After these words, Kanji suggested making the dead man himself told how everything was. Kanrenji laughed and said that Kanji loves to joke once he says such nonsense. Changi said that the dead man would really not say anything, but Tan Sanbao was alive. Tan Sanbao opened his eyes. In his hand he held a jade invading and said that Ji Kongran was to blame. The man could not understand why Sanbao survived, but now there was no point in making excuses. The systems began to receive a huge number of points and notifications quickly replaced each other. Benda Miao realized that the guy survived thanks to the jade invaders and was preparing to listen to the testimony against a man. Sanbao said that he risked his life, and Kanrenji tried to kill him. Changi clapped the guy on the shoulder and was glad to evidence. The cultivators listened to Tan Sanbao and asked them to go with them and go through an audit of the original soul to understand who was lying. Thus, the followers took Ji Karana and Tan Sanbao to find out the truth. The next day, Changmin was very angry and shouted at Main Kanji so that it was audible beyond the estate. The guy complained that his brother spent him again and the paper was useless. But Kanji said that he did not understand anything. The Main brothers interrupted their dispute when they heard that someone was asking Li Kanji's estate. Li Xianyuan, older brother Mei Infen, came to them to report the time of the next selection of Celestials. Main Kanji went out to the guest and asked, "Did it really decide to conduct the following selection after that turmoil at the ruins?" Li Xianyuan explained that since the ruin test was interrupted in such a short time to be restored. Therefore, the elders decided that the next selection should be carried out in the combat arena. Benda Miu knew that they could control other ruins, but Kanji said that they apparently decided that it was too dangerous. Xianyan said that the tournament would begin in 3 days and gave the guy the input pass, which would show when his turn comes. Shangji thanked the man and began to think how to occupy his free 2 days. In the temporary prison, Julzhou at the gate stood 2 guards who followed the street. Inside the prison were doors additionally protected by a chain and seals in addition to the guards. Karanji was in the cell, and the cultivator said that the audit found out that he simply passed himself as a member of the evil clan. Karanji just wanted to increase the profit and influence of his family, and now he was waiting for the verdict of Zhang Feng. A whirlwind of purple smoke appeared in the Karanji chamber, which greatly scared the man. A silhouette appeared from purple thick smoke, which told the guy not to spend strength on screams. Karan asked who the silhouette is and what he needed. The man was very scary and he tried to stay away. The silhouette said that the man was pretending to be a member of the clan of Heavenly Evil, and before the real clan was stupid. The silhouette said that they want to unite with the demon, and Karanji should become his temporary vessel. The dark silhouette forced Karana to swallow the demon and ordered the unbridled evil to destroy the heavens. In the middle of the forest stood a tall wooden tower. The guys watched the situation around. Suddenly, one of them ordered Biozi to immediately be an alarm, but he slept and was in no hurry. The guys in a panic shouted and asked to sound the alarm and report as soon as possible to the main. Main Kanji received glasses and pleased climbed uphill on Palankina and said that this was a good training. The subordinates shouted that they realized that the boss simply trains them, and he does not have hidden intentions. Yin Rulin Kanji said that she had already begun to think that the guy had forgotten about their meeting. The guy said that he never forgets about the contracts, and even more so about a meeting with such a beautiful woman. The subordinates of Yin Rulin trembled with fear, and someone believed that Kanji and their mistress were connecting something. According to Yin Rulan, all her subordinates were refugees whose village destroyed the monster. Changi asked why, after everything was settled, they did not return and did not restore the village. Yin Rulan turned to the guy and said that the noblemen of honorary families did not really understand commoners. After the destruction of the village, the earth was given to influential families, and if people want to return, they will have to live in slavery. Naturally, the guy did not know about this before. They went to the main hall, and Yin Rulan headed for its throne. The girl took her place and said that not everyone was ready to repent in front of cattle like them. But Kanji was sure that even so could not be harmful to others, and asked if it was Yin Rulan. The girl knew that this was not a long-term prospect and said that this is why Kanji should not let her down. The subordinates of Yin Rulan tried to understand why the girl called Kanji and what they are talking about now. Yin Rulan got up from her throne and ordered everyone to quickly turn their attention to her. The men were ready to listen to the instructions and asked if she was going to take Kanji to her husbands. Yin Rulan leaned on main Kanji and said that since today he was their new chieftain. All subordinates were shocked that instead of taking a guy to her husband, the girl decided to go for him herself. Bendamu enjoyed a huge number of new glasses and stupidity of these mortal men. Yin Rulan invited the guy to say a few words to celebrate her new position. The men did not understand how their lady fell on love spells and bring an unreliable guy. Yin Rulan said that it is important for these people that the guy demonstrates strength, and Changi trusts the girl. He turned towards the crowd of men and asked the brothers to carefully listen to his words. Around main Kanji appeared the strong streams of his energy of ki, and he said that he would say only one word. Main Kanji straightened up and raised his fist up. His strength spread throughout the building with great force, and her explosion smashed into small pieces all the walls around, scattering stones and boards. And main Kanji said that the path of his followers was strewn with gold, and the guys were shocked by destruction. The building was completely destroyed, and the men stood in front of main Kanji on his knees, while Yin Rulent ordered to meet a new master. Main Kanji was glad that everyone immediately understood everything and ordered them to prepare for a descent from the mountain. The men were surprised because the city were Guanshan, and the bandits dared to rob the city. Main Kanji said they were not going to rob, and the men were surprised and did not understand what they could still do in the city. Main Kanji winked at all those present and said that they were waiting for fascinating work in the fields. Now the bandits were engaged in weeding under the midday sun and earned a living by private labor. Some of the guys said that they give their sweat to the earth, and it would give them bread in return. They continued to work in order to get the table with excellent tasty and hearty food at the end. Changji said that despite their origin, many do not understand the household, and the girl reminded that they have been with her for a long time. The inhabitants of the village that Kanji saved came, and the girl screamed that they brought everything that the guy asked for. Changi stroked the shower on the head and asked if she wanted to go to the city, and the girl was ready to go with Kanji. The guy said that he should raise a girl well, so that she does not become as irresponsible as Jojo. The demon got angry. Someone doubted that it was worth ceasing to be bandits, but Shan said that he needed to follow the new king. Finally, the time for lunch came, and the guys could properly relax from hard work. They fled to the table on which there were a large amount of different meat, and were going to eat everything. But they were not given an explosive wave to approach the table, and the guys were forced to retreat. They were stopped by an angry Yin Rulan who asked who told them that it was their food. She pointed to the buckets of the soup and said that they will eat this to understand the suffering of ordinary people. Men were unhappy with such a mockery. But Shan said that he has an idea. Changji heard his voice and pointed to Shanya. He said that his assistant tried to attack Dr. Lee. And so they went to work without rest. The guys cried with injustice with empty bowls in their hands. Thus, mountain bandits worked on the field all day and left at sunset. Yin Rulan said that she had no doubt about Kanji, but these lands still had a master. Changi said that he is well acquainted with the son of the Guihai family, who belongs to the earth, so there is nothing to worry about. The guy said that the girl would continue re-education and load stronger than those who are stubborn. Yin Rulan was worried that because of the cruel methods of the man would run away. Changi said that time had almost come. Soon they heard a voice and Shan who shouted so that main Kanji would go out to them. The couple headed for the exit, and Yin Rulant with a loud cotton opened the door. She directed weapons to the bottom and shouted that if they did not calm down, then she would bay them away. The men continued to swear and said that they did not create a problem, but demand justice. Yin Rulant trembled with anger, but the guy stepped forward and asked men what justice is. And Shan shouted that Changji promised them meat, and now he forces his followers to eat porridge. Main Kanji thought about the words Shanya, while Yin Rulan hardly restrained his anger. A group of guys from around the corner watched how, and Shan managed to find problems for himself and believed that he was ended. But Kanji said that the man is right and tomorrow for work they will be given glasses that they can change for food. For example, for 100 points of labor, it will be possible to purchase a bowl of rice and a fat chicken leg. Changi said enthusiastic men that they should understand what they were working for. Now all subordinates were satisfied with the conditions, and main Kanji no longer seemed cruel to them. And since this conflict came out of the benefit, main Chanza again received many points. The next day, the subordinates came again and said that they did not want to work 4 hours a day. And at noon, all dissatisfied were posted on the street due to the fact that they tried to seem smart. It turned out that, and Shan arranged a mess of the prison of G, and these began to arbitrarily and receive punishment. Thanks to this trick, the guy went into a big plus and asked the demon what level could go to. Bendamu said that they have more than 100,000 points, and they can switch to the 9th level. Main Kanji said that they may not waste time and start the transition to the 9th level. Main Kanji spent his glasses earned and switched to the 7th level, the 8th, and finally could go to the 9th. He was sorry that this time there were no visions, and the demon said that the last levels were the most important. Now concentrated chi begins to strengthen the physical body, and the hardening ends. Even if ki is not released, the body will remain invulnerable as if kanji used ki. The system showed that the current level of body hardening was 99, which was the 9th level. Main Kanji concentrated chi at his fingertips to test his strength. He made a little click, but he turned out to be very strong despite the frivolity of the attack. A light click destroyed a huge piece of wall in just an instant. For ordinary people, after the 9th level, I would have to train for a long time, but Kanji could do without them. The guy looked that they had 50,000 points left and asked how much tedious to build the foundation. Benda Miao wanted to see, but the system said that she needed to review the analysis of the way for elevation. When the update ended, Kanji opened the foundation of black magic, divine magic, and higher demonic magic. The guy noticed that you can choose the foundation of divine and demonic magic, and the demon did not understand where the highest demonic foundation is. Everyone in this world has been laid down a divine foundation, but recently the demons began to despise it. Changi wanted to see how many points would be needed for each foundation, but it turned out that they needed objects. Benda Miao was angry that now instead of glasses they needed rare additional items. Changi asked how many points had to be spent in the old version, and Jojo began to look. In the old version, they would need to spend 1,000,000 points on the foundation, and only one was available. And now the original version was unsuitable because the balance of the world began to recover. The guy began to stroke Jojo and said that they would receive the necessary items when the tournament was held. Changi transferred the Rulan farm control and returned to the city to prepare for the selection. On the day of selection, the weather was good, and the birds calmly flew over the houses of local residents. A large number of people gathered near the right place, despite the earlier URS. People discussed that the selection would happen as in the old days and wanted to see the fight of Ji and Gaihai. The place of the tournament was chosen the arena Tianshu Wendao, around which many people gathered. Changi was in the recreation area and discussed with Zhou that they should instantly get rid of opponents to save time. Main Kanji heard someone calling him and turned to look at the future enemy. He was called by the eldest son of the Guihai family, and Changji asked if he wanted to advise him. Guihai said that he needed to go and ask Changji if something to give in to him. It was an unexpected bad trick from Guihai. And while the recreation area was filled with participants, an important conversation was held nearby. Min Xiao told the elder that the family wants to know if they would let Ji Karana be allowed, and the elder said that they could let him go. The girl closed her eyes and told her student that sometimes they have to put common interests above all. Min Xiao bowed to the elder and said that he would follow the instructions of his master. In the camera, Karanji glowed with a bright red light, and around him was thick black smoke. The demon captured the man's body and used it as a vessel. Now they could move on. Min Xiao reported the elder about the riots. The girl said that they could not take risks if Ladaika was engaged in dark affairs, and ordered the followers to guard abnormal places. Ming Xiao said that then the city's protection will weaken, and the Vladika will be able to get into the city. The elder said that this would not happen, so the rest could be left. Min Xiao listened to the order, but the master was tense because of the heavenly lord. He was silent for 1,000 years and began to act now. It could be due to the revival of the spirit. The competition was completed, and the winner was Main Kanji. But the guy noticed that the monks left the city. Benda Miao praised how easily Kanji coped with opponents and how beautiful his movements were. The girls were delighted with the victory of Main Kanji and actively supported him. Changmin told his father that his brother won again in one attack, and his mother said that he was studying with his brother. Li Dali and Erzai, with admiration, watched the victories of Main Kanji and supported him. Li Erzai turned to her grandfather and said that when she grows up, he would definitely marry Changi. The man tried to calm down and convinced himself that it was just a child's babble while the girl wanted Kanji's good luck. Assistant Li Feilei noticed that the guy was very strong and noticed that the girl was not surprised. Guihai fought the next number of 8 and Ji Chung at number 13. Guihai folded his hands as a sign of respect and asked Mr. Ji to take care of him. Mr. Ji politely bowed and prepared for battle. He looked very tired and said nothing. People waited for the fights of strong opponents, and Changi noted that with the advent of Ji Chen in the arena became gloomy. Benda Miao decided to deal with this, and when she concentrated she saw that the essence was sitting on Mr. Ji. It was the shadow of the heavenly lord, and he got into the body of the guy, so the tentacle stayed into his body. Guihai rushed to the attack, and Zhou explained to Changji that despite the power of the lord, he had to instill in people to function in this world. Benda Miao screamed that the lord destroyed the balance of forces in the body of that guy when Guihai hit him. Guihai could not believe his eyes and was very nervous when he saw his enemy after the blow. Ji Chenhua's face changed, his eyes were red and his mouth was full of sharp teeth. The guy turned into a demon. The next moment, instead of Ji Chenhua, a huge black demon appeared in the arena, which threw Guihai. Changji asked if a person could turn into a demon, and Benda Miao said that this is one of the 4 ways. All creatures came from the revolution of 2 Qi. Dirt gave rise to demons and the purity of celestials. Therefore, not only a human race, but the rest of the creatures can turn into a demon. Vladika gathered a large amount of dirt and placed it in Ji Chenhua's body, so he became a demon. And now Changi called. The demon began to beat his limbs into the crowd of people, killing them. And around began to grow panic. Main Kanji jumped back, dodging the monster, and thought that he was very fast. The blow was strong, and Benda Miao said that such a demon would soon lose his mind and could not use spells. But his body becomes very strong. The power of the demon is comparable to the foundation of the foundation. Shoju said that the demon is looking at them and asked to use the faceless skill, but the guy could not. Now near the arena there were a huge number of ordinary people who were in danger, including the main family. People fled in different directions, they panicked, and Li Erzai was locked among them. She fell to the floor and cried. She knew that this could not be done, but she could not do anything. Next to her appeared Li Feilei, who held out her hand and asked to get up faster to run away. The land around the arena trembled and scattered into pieces, and Benda Miao was very worried about Kanji. They were haunted by a demon, so Main Kanji was not in the most advantageous state before the Lord. Benda Miao said that the demon is mastering new energies and can break the barrier. The guy wanted to pull the time before the arrival of the monks. Therefore, Main Kanji continued to evade the demon in anticipation of help. He distracted him. They heard the voice of the monks, and Main Kanji was glad that help had finally arrived. Cultivators created a huge sword, and one of the guys ordered to activate the seal of the Sword of Exile. They did so. A huge number of swords were created, and they all quickly flew towards the demon. People saw that the adherents finally flew in and pleased that the demons would soon destroy. Changi realized that something was wrong since there were only 7 adherents and they went to the rescue for a very long time. One of the adherents thanked that the guy was pulling time and said that they would cope further, and Kanji asked him about the rest. It turned out that riots were taking place in the district, and the elders went to settle the situation. The adept asked the guy not to worry and said that the city is guarded by seals, who if they close the demon. Changi asked, do they not know that the demon could move into a person and break the seals? Joe said that even so, the demon would not work. Meanwhile, the army that the city guarded saw something unusual, and one of the adherents indicated towards the ship. This ship belonged to the G family, but the adherents did not understand why it depended on the city. Inside the ship, complete devastation was created, or that Ji Chenva was distracted by the majority of adherents of the ship. The demon in the body of Karanji laughed and wanted to reveal the potential of the body to the full in order to get the fruits of his labors. Throughout his body his eyes were scattered, and he told the inhabitants of the city, preparing to appear before court. Main Kanji felt a strange aura, and Bandamu said that lawlessness was happening in the city. The ship of the G family rammed a tower, which served as a source of print, and now it was destroyed. The adherents who fought against the demon felt that the seals had disappeared, and then you saw the destroyed building. One of the adherents asked to look into the sky, and then everyone saw a huge red eye that appeared in the ruins. The inhabitants of the city and adherents were in a panic when they saw a heavenly demon over themselves. The elder looked at the dimensions of the disaster in panic, and did not understand how this could happen. The heavenly demon over the city and absorbed it and all the people who were among the houses. The heavenly demon said that all important processes are successfully completed, and now they can begin to perform justice. Little demons went down to the ground and began to grab people who prayed for help. The demons performed the verdict made by the heavenly demon and killed all the people who fell into the tentacles. Not a local demon said that the energy of people turns into a badge, and soon the path of the king of demons will open. Jojo felt that the demon's energy grew and said that they needed to come up with a way to close the portal. One of the adherents shouted Changi to run away because he could not compete with the demon. Main Kanji realized that adherents could not cope with him either. Benda Mu noticed that they did not recently learn to fly on swords. The guys said that they would close the portal and win time to escape while they wait for the elders. He moved on the attack and began to cheer up his brothers. He shouted that they would definitely win. 7 adherents attacked the demon from different sides simultaneously using attacking equipment. They stabbed seals and concentrated their energy of ki in order to resist the demon. Around them again many swords appeared, behind which Changi carefully watched from the ground. Benda Mu said that the adherents were very risk and they could not resist the demon. The adherents of the Chansenmin Temple, for the sake of saving the city, rushed to the demon, risking their lives. A huge number of adherents were in the sky and everyone watched the heavenly demon. Feng Qi and Zheng Wu on his swords among all other adherents could not believe their eyes. Feng Qi asked, unless the cities were protected from demonic badge, and as such a demon could get here. Zheng Wu answered him that the ancient scriptures said that demons were using very cunning tricks. He also watched the whole situation, and as demonic energy is becoming more and more, the elder used all his forces to create a huge golden blade next to the eye of a heavenly demon. She used the sword of Shansen and hoped that she would help the heavenly demon and close the portal. Min Shao folded the seal and said that the energy was accumulated. He asked other adherents to patch holes in the defense. The elder ordered the rest of the adherents to save the population and kill the demon. I went to the adherents of her order. Benda Miao said that other warriors came to the aid of adherents, and Kanji decided to find family members. I give them to the rescuers. Benda Mu agreed with this plan and was strongly determined to find everyone. Soon they found the main family, and low-level demons were going to attack them. Main Kanji realized that he would have time to protect them, and used one of his techniques by the explosion of Gan Chi. This technique allowed him to advance forward with great speed, rapidly reducing the distance. Changmin blocked his family and tried to drive the demon, and his mother ordered everyone to leave immediately. The low-level demon reported that he was feeling a threat, but could not detect a dangerous object. Therefore, he decided to continue to perform justice, but Kanji tore him into pieces. Main Kanji said that his brother is not such a coward if at least he tried to protect his family. The main family needs to see his eldest son and brother was able to save them from imminent death. Changi came to rescuers and are waiting for everyone at the eastern gate. He asked his family to go to them. Changi noticed that Erzai was not with them. Benda Mu said that she did not see a girl among evacuated people. Next to main Kanji appeared a girl who called a guy by name, and Kanji asked who she was. When he saw the girl closer, he realized that she was a servant doctor, Lee. She begged to save the lady with the child. Low-level demons to continue to destroy people reported to the heavenly demon that destroyed 32% of sinners. Now they began to use the explosive method and surrounded people with huge tentacles. The crowd panicked because she realized that if they were not killed, now something worse would happen. Among this group was Dr. Lee Faley and Lee Erzai. The doctor asked if the girl was afraid, but she remained brave. They smiled at each other despite the danger of the situation. The man was the first to suffer. A low-level demon destroyed him and realized that it was impossible to extract a fragment. He turned to the remaining people and said that the change of body began, and the court continues. After a few seconds, the demon made a choice that the next would be Erzai. He began to pull the tentacles to her. But Dr. Lee Faley closed the girl with him and screamed a demon so that he took her, not Erzai. Main Kanji ran as fast as he could where the girl and the doctor was supposed to be. Benda Mew said that the situation of Madame Lee and Erzai does not inspire optimism since the lady was chosen as a victim. In addition, there were a lot of demons there, and to help you have to break through them. But they did not have so many time. But Main Kanji did not want to listen to Jojo and said that they should be in time, and in any case, would be in time. Changji asked Jo Chu to activate invisibility. But the demon said that demons are much more sensitive than people would definitely notice them. In addition, they had very few points, but the guy assured that he uses the recovery skill and saves Chigon's energy. They took a chance, used the skill Harmony of Infertility, as well as the Harmony of Recovery, and Kanji jumped forward. One of the demons felt the approach of the enemy and informed the other demons about this. Lee Faley stood next to the tentacles of the demon and was still alive. Then the aura demon thickened around her that the parameters of this organism are perfect, and they begin to enter the fragments. Main Kanji quickly killed all low-level demons in his path and hurried forward. Bendamu said that Chigan energy you are stronger but also cripples. And the guy said that he would tolerate physical pain better than the loss of loved ones and ran on. He continued to run using the skill of invisibility, and Bendamu said that they had already spent 50,000 points. The low-level demon received a blow. He began scanning and found out that the mistake was unknown. People noticed that the demons began to take off and did not understand what was happening around. Benda Miao was happy when they broke through and noticed that they even had glasses. They saw Madame Lee and Bendamu said that he has a bad absorbing her, and it was necessary to interrupt this process. Now that they went through a bunch of demons, Kanji asked to cancel invisibility. People saw his appearance. Among these people was Erzai. Everyone was glad that Changi had so unexpectedly appeared to save them. Such an unexpected appearance in front of several people added several points to them. Bendamu was upset that it could not collect glasses from demons, but the guy said that they were not up to it now. Now the demons easily found a threat and united in order to exterminate the guy. They flew in his direction, leaving Lee Filei without protection to fill the bad. Main Kanji immediately rushed to the attack and easily defeated all low-level demons in his way. He saw that Madame Lee gets worse and hurried to her to interrupt the process of absorption of filth. Main Kanji flew through a thick black fog, which was a bad hand and a hand. They were able to pick up Lee Faley to tear the absorption process. Benda Miao that the filth in the body was not so many. Ms. Lee came to her senses in Changi's arms and was very glad to see that the guy saved her. But soon she realized that she was carried in her arms and jumped to the floor. She said that she was not injured and asked how a guy. Main Kanji began to actively move and asked if he looked like a wounded man. And that reassured the girl. One of the guys was upset that the master came to save the Dr. Lee, and they were just lucky, and Erzai comforted him. Lee Falei said that the guy should not come because it was very dangerous here. In addition, the local events attracted the rest of the demons that were in the district. Dr. Lee said that Changi could run until the demons are gathered, do not need to be saved. Main Kanji said that the girl would not be worried about him. He would not break here without a plan. He explained that his actions not only attracted demons to them in huge numbers, but they also made it clear to the adherent of Shansenman that they are here. I am not in danger. Next to them appeared an elder who shouted that demons could not even dream of destroying people. The rest of the adherents surrounded low-level demons and shouted that they should delay them in order to save the rest. Mei Infan asked people who could walk to run and help those who are wounded. And then the girl saw Kanji, and he said that he believed that the brothers and sisters would come to save him. Mei Infan was very happy that the guy called her sister, despite the dangerous situation. But then she asked him to run and they will help to clear the path to retreat. Main Kanji turned to the doctor and said that now all the people around will survive. Lee Faley smiled happily when she looked at the guy and told him that he was a very strange person. Benda meow if I began to scream that Kanji was not strange at all, but the guy asked her to calm down. And at that moment, Changi got a point. And they could not believe that they received him from Dr. Lee. The heavenly demon learned that the suitable organism was found and the population began, despite all the efforts of people. The demon in the body of Karanji killed a huge number of people and held one more in his hands when he heard about it. The demon said may the gentleman notified him of the suitable organism found, which was Faley. The elders stacked the next seal in the name of the heavenly ruler, and the battle continued. A huge gold blade appeared in the sky which was supposed to destroy the heavenly demon. The girl directed her blade directly to the center of the demon's eye, using the initial transformation technique. This time the tip touched the heavenly demon, but in response, she felt the holy technique. The elder did not understand what kind of weapon it was and where the heavenly demon learned the holy technician. Light blue lightning opposed a huge golden blade and with every second became more and more. Low-level demons attacked adherents and threw them away from swords. After some time, adherents realized that low-level demons became much stronger. May infin why they had just barely withstanding her blows and now they easily opposed it. Changi also noticed that the demons became much stronger in the whole work of the hands of that huge heavenly eye. Benda Meow said that before that they were restrained by the laws of their world, they could not show their full power. But now the demons have released too much bad, and now they can use the entire margin of their strength. Changi realized that now in this city it was very unsafe and we need to leave from here as soon as possible. Min Xiao and other adherents bleeding, and their protective barrier began to narrow because the demons became stronger. The elder asked them to hold on and not forget that they are cultivators and should protect people. The elder shouted that they should do it even at the cost of their own lives. Continuing to fight with a heavenly demon, she destroyed his holy technique. May Infant shouted that when the heavenly demon was weakened, and she was able to kill one of the low-level demons. Benda Mu explained that the elder releases Qi energy that absorbs a badge, but this will not be enough for a long time. The guy also understood this, and although it was as soon as possible to leave the city so that her efforts were not in vain. The dark silhouette said that he did not expect Wei Zhaojui to risk herself for people. The heavenly demon asked why he would not solve this problem in one fell swoop. The salad said that they have an agreement, and for him the main thing is that after the demons punished the city he got the body of Josen. The demon said that the girl was not punished, and he would receive the body with a hole. The silhouette said that, then now his turn to act. The figurine of a magnificent dragon in his hands began to glow with a bright blue light and spread it around. The dark silhouette used the curse of silence and easily put it on the whole city. The elder could no longer use his strength because her body began to turn into stone. Bendamu did not know who could master so strong black magic, and Changi asked what kind of curse it was. Jodu said this is a curse of silence, and it stops time in this world. They continued to run because Bendamu was much stronger could withstand the curse. Where the one who imposed a curse should be, and Bendamuao said that the curse stops the whole world. So it's hard to say. She sent a notification that a fragment of the system was discovered nearby and Bendamu was inspired. Benda mused somewhere back and asked Chengji to look in that direction. Bendamu said that he feels that strange man's fragment of the system, and it seems that he created a curse of silence. The dark silhouette stood next to the elder and Bendamu saw that he was getting a weapon. He went to the girl from behind and was about to kill the elder that he would do this, absorb the world.